Hello again, Struck Quap. Welcome back to another evening, or more like afternoon in my time of streaming. It could be day where you are, it could be morning, but welcome to another stream of mine, Torchlight 3. We will be playing on my Coldheart Dusk Mage, and by the way, right now Discord is down. Discord servers all around the world, everywhere are down. So, yeah, just I wanted to talk to the developers, to Torchlight 3's developers, to Bean. In general, I want to talk to the community manager because the two people who won the keys from my giveaway yesterday reported that the keys are showing up as claimed. So without pointing fingers or anything, I'm just gonna talk to Bean to see. Anything could have happened. Anything could have happened with those keys. I might have been sent by accident. Something that was given to someone else. We'll see. I'm gonna get back to the. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. But if the people who won the keys yesterday are watching, we will get everything sorted for you. So. I'm just waiting for Discord to be up. In the meantime, let's keep leveling this hero, and I'm gonna do one thing. Since I died and lost my one-handed pistol, I will go to my fort and check for some items I can equip. I just need some sort of one-handed weapon like a pistol or a digitus, so I can proc my special attacks, my basic special procs. And maybe I can equip some sort of celestial pieces for level 40 something. Today I will try to get this to level 6. Sorry, I muted my mic for a... Okay, so sorry, I had to mute my mic because there were people talking in front of my door. So yeah, I was gonna say that I wanna check for some for some celestial items in my storage. So let's see. Yeah, this one doesn't seem bad, level 36. It doesn't seem bad, but there's no defense on it, only electric. The celestial pens, on the other hand, do seem pretty nice. I'm gonna lose that extra damage with Absolver. But it's time to kind of replace some items with something better. And I might get the full celestial bonus. I might actually be able to get the full celestial bonus from all the things. So in the meantime, I've got some high level... oh, Inuruk. Inuruk is here. Welcome, Inuruk. Nice to see you again. Are you excited about Chaos Bane? Tomorrow there's gonna be some playing of Chaos Bane for sure. This is level 6. I don't need it. This is level 9. I don't need it. I guess it's gonna be difficult to find something of a level I can wear. Wait, why does it show up as if I can wear it? I think that's a bug. It's showing as if I can equip it, but I can't because it's level 60. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Last few storage spaces to check. I'm just checking for anything around my level that I can equip. This is rapid. No, this is Phoenix token. Phoenix token without cooldown. 29. Okay. Well, let's just go. Let's just go do the quests. Oh, and by the way, we can collect some fame now. We can collect some respectacles as well. And those respectacles I'm gonna use right away. And this scroll I'm gonna use on my greatsword. So for now I'm gonna have to use a greatsword. no other choice. But yeah, I really want to switch to something that can let me trigger my basic attacks proc. I want to switch to something worth using. Another thing I need to consider now is I need to get rid of some things. What's this? Leg armor. I'm just getting rid of some items to make room for others. In fact, let's just get rid of the wall level stuff. Might be for the best to get rid of all the wall level things I've been saving. Okay, well, here we are. And yeah, again, if the people who want the giveaway keys are watching, I already emailed them. But yeah, I need Discord to be back up so I can contact the developers, so I can contact Bean to see why those keys are showing up as claimed. Most likely, my guess is there might have been a mistake, and I have been sent keys that have already been given to another person for the charity. Extra are good people. They're gonna get to the bottom of this, and if needed, I would have to just resend new keys. But for now, until Discord is fixed, apologies to the two people, to Dario and to Jan. Dario and Jan, we're gonna get back to you for sure. And Adi is back. Welcome back, Adi. And Inoruk says the dummies in the town are nice. Oh yeah, I've been wanting dummies for a while in Chaos Bane. I can't wait to see those dummies in Chaos Bane. And I hope that there's dummies in every town, because I'm not a big fan of standing in town number 1. I prefer standing in Act 5, in the Tomb King's town. It's bright, it's sunny, you spawn very close to the NPC, so you can immediately talk to the NPC without moving too much. Oh, I've missed the electro converter. Last night I finished with this quest, but I forgot to destroy the electro converter. So I have to redo the same zone. I'm gonna just rush this zone. And just do this quest. And Firstblood is back. Shout out to Firstblood. He loves shoutouts. He loves the shoutouts. I love giving shoutouts as well. So welcome back, Firstblood. Kedrick is back. Kedrick is paying PD2. What do you mean by PD2? PD2. What's PD2? And Inoruk says we will see tomorrow and Godfall in 3 days. Yeah, tomorrow Chaosbane, in 3 days Godfall. There's a lot of stuff to be excited about in Godfall. And I'm not sure about a lot of stuff, but there is enough stuff to get me excited about the DLC for Chaosbane tomorrow. Oh yeah, Project Yabu too. Okay, that's what he's playing. And he's saying it's fun. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying Project Diablo 2. I'm very glad to hear that. Kedrick can't play Godfall because it requires so much. See, those requirements, I'm wondering what settings those requirements are for. When they say minimum, do they mean minimum 1080p on everything on the lowest, and will it still give me 60 frames per second if I cover the minimum and a little bit over it? That's what I was just wondering. Okay, I'm gonna go back now. Borderlands 3 just released a video called Season Pass 2 Official Trailer. I just got the notification from my browser. But yeah, I'm hoping that they would fix Discord soon. I'm really hoping that they would fix the global Discord problems soon. Right now, all over the world, people are reporting their Discord is down. I went and dug into it. Weirdly enough, Discord are not saying anything on Twitter. They're not saying anything on Twitter, and that's pretty strange. But yeah, when you write Discord down in Google, you're gonna see that website, is it down or whatever it's called, and you're gonna see there's a ton of people reporting that. Kedrick, my sound isn't supposed to be off. Which sound are you not hearing? Are you not hearing my game sound, or... Let me check. If I mute my mic, is there sound coming in? There seems to be sound coming in even when my mic is muted. The desktop volume seems to be working. Maybe I need to just increase it a little bit. Is anyone having problems like Kedrick that thinks my sound is off? Because it most certainly isn't. Just wondering what the problem could be. It could be a problem from Twitch maybe, but it's definitely not a problem on my end. Let's see. Did I get the Netherrim? I think I need to go back. I might have missed a Netherrim or two. I always miss Netherrim and then I have to go back. So this time I'd rather go back first. I'd rather go all the way to the end here. See if I can get some Netherrim to spawn. I got 2. Any more? Can we get some more Netherrim? I'm gonna go all the way to the end here. So 2 Netherrim followed me. Let's just kill them now. There's one more Netherrim. Alright, if I kill the other 2 Netherlings, I should have 100% kill on those. This one here gets me 90% and one more and 100%. You can go for Shriek Beak now. But yeah, Kedrick, I hope you're at least hearing my voice, because you heard my voice earlier. If you're not hearing the game, I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I can bump the volume to the max. See, this is my game sound to the max. And that might be a little bit too loud.
You can't curse that.
This thing. Okay, I reduced it back to its regular state. Alright, that's nice. Is that better damage? Nope. Still trying to get... Oh, a Digitus. This is what I wanted. Now I just need... Oh, I've got the Wifebound Scroll. There we go. 1000 damage. I'm gonna go for Mana Regen for now. Or maybe this one. Because it's not just Mana Regen. Other good stuff is there too. So do I go skill levels to entropy or for more defenses? I'm probably gonna go for this extra defense. Defense for now is more important for me. Nevostrius is back. At least Torchlight 3 is reaching its 1000 player peak per day. At least, I mean, that's not a terrible number. Yeah, it's not a great number, but it's still much better than Chaos Bane. Much better than Chaos Bane. And again, maybe when they add some extra endgame content with the winter update, hopefully that's when we're gonna get some extra endgame content. So hopefully when we have some more things to do in the game, people would return or reconsider getting into the game. 1000 players peak could be anything between 2 to 4 to 5,000 players daily. Because some people log in for 1-2 hours, then log out, then another person logs in, and so on. Which is not a bad number of people playing the game, logging in every day. Yeah, I definitely agree that 1000 is a solid number. It's a regular solid number. Let's see. Over here. Oh, I've got skill points. Skill points. Ice Shield. Level 7. 3 more points for Ice Shield to get those Petsicles. I can't wait to get the Petsicles and try and be a little bit more, how should I call it, beefy. I'm gonna try and stack a little bit more defense in the end game and play a little bit closer range. Closer range means more damage with those Petsicles. Okay, I'm gonna keep this for now. And I think I'm gonna need to buy potions. I'd rather buy potions now when I'm in the city.
That's it? You can't do that here.
And yeah, I'm waiting for Discord to go up. It's still not loading. I'm wondering what... Oh, no, never mind. Discord is back up. I'm gonna quickly message Bean. Just a second. So as soon as I get, as soon as I hear back from her, I would be able to get to the bottom of this, why those keys have been reported as claimed. In the meantime, what do I need? Shoulders, boots, probably boots. That might be what I need the most, but I'm actually gonna do something. I'm gonna start trying to get the Celestial Helmet to drop from gambling, because I'm gonna need it in the setup. Let's keep going now with the quest. Oh, new Legendarium SWAT. If only I had another piece of the Celestial set equipped on me. And by the way, yesterday I could confirm if you're using Holy Bolt and Arc of Light, and you're stacking Absolver damage from items like this. Where did it go? Like this one. If you're stacking +% damage with Absolver and you're using Arc of Light with Holy Bolt, the Absolvers that you're auto-casting will do more damage. And I could get it with 3 items like this from 1000 to 1500. So with 50% extra damage I could get my Absolver to really do 50% more damage than it does. Thomas Prime is back and says hello, just dropping the like. Thank you, Thomas. You've got my respect as well. Thanks for this. Let's drop a weapon on these guys 3. Or boots. It doesn't have to be a weapon, I guess. Yeah, but Discord is back. I'm actually gonna go and post on Discord that I'm live now. Some people might need the post, so I'm gonna post it just a moment. Copy, paste, boom. And let's remove the embeds. There we go, posted. Okay, let's keep moving. So thankfully Discord managed to fix this outage within a reasonable amount of time. It probably took them like half an hour or 40 minutes to fix it. Come on. We voted King's Road and King's Plateau. King's Plateau is another good zone where you could stop and redo the zone multiple times if you're falling behind on levels. Thomas asks, does it have a photo mode? Does Torchlight have a photo mode? It doesn't have photo mode like in Borderlands, where you can freeze the game. And rotate the camera, but it has F10 where you hide the HUD for screenshots. So you have this. And yeah, this is the Extra Life Alpaca. They gave that one to me for free. For my help with raising funds. I had the Labrador Retriever last year. Everyone could get it from the NPC, from the shop. Everyone could buy it. But I guess they changed it. So the one from last year, the Labrador Retriever, that one you cannot get unless you have donated this year to the charity. But you can still donate to the charity. The charity is gonna be active until the 13th. The 13th of this month. And I might have forgotten to update my my Twitter blast message. Yeah, I definitely forgot to update my Twitter blast message. And today when I went online, it says Torchlight 3 extra live charity stream for extra games, but that's not it's not no longer true. And that's my yesterday's message. So if anyone got confused by my tweet, sorry, it's accidental. I'm actually gonna go and delete it to avoid people getting confused. I just kind of got distracted with Discord being down. And totally forgot to update my message. So let me go and delete it to avoid confusion. There we go. And I'm gonna post the right message so people would know. There we go. Now I'm gonna post it. Okay, so yeah, sorry for that. I just remembered. You just reminded me by saying the extra life alpaca. You just reminded me about this. I kind of remembered about forgetting to update my social media blast for Facebook and Twitter. So thanks for that. Thanks for the reminder and Decapitator. You made your donation yesterday. We'll receive both once they drop. Nice. You will receive them for sure. Bean's probably a little bit busy now, but she's gonna try and sort this out. I'm not sure whether they're gonna do those whether they're gonna send the alpacas at the end when it's the 13th, or whether they're gonna start sending them even right now. We'll see. By the way, give me a moment to plug in a cable into my headset. My headset made a noise, pew pew, and I just have to plug it in like... There we go, we are good to go. Okay, now... So this zone, as I was saying, this zone is a great zone to stop and redo it a few times. So let's say you're level 41 or 42. And this is a zone for 43 to 44. Let's say you want to catch up with your levels, maybe you're even 39, you've rushed, and you're looking for a good zone to do for XP and wood. This is the Acrid Plains of Act 3. In Act 2, the Acrid Plains is my suggested zone to stop and maybe redo if you want to catch up with levels and wood. This is my suggestion for Act 3. There's a lot of elites and decent density in some places in this map. Kedrick says, how come I don't hear him? Is the sound off? Did you find one of the Halloween pets, or know if they are even still available? Well, the only Halloween pet I found is the one they gave everyone, the Dragon Link. And Kedrick is saying sound works now. He had to refresh. Weird. Yeah, definitely weird. And Chaos Bane is tomorrow. Yes, Chaos Bane is tomorrow. I will be playing Chaos Bane tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow I'm probably gonna do a video about the patch, about the DLC. And there will be a follow-up bigger video with more information once I have figured out some of the other new things, because there could be new items, and there's definitely gonna be sets for the new hero. I wanna do a video about all the sets of the new hero. I wanna do a few different videos about the Chaos Bane patch, but since I'm gonna be busy with Godfall and Chaos Bane and Torchlight 3, there's gonna be a queue, a backlog of things to do. But on the 11th, one day after the DLC drops, I will do my usual patch notes overview, where I'm just gonna be getting my personal highlights of the patch notes and talking about them with my commentary about the changes. And if I've even seen the changes while playing, I would have even more to say. Sometimes when it's just text, there's not much I can say about, okay, this sounds good or this sounds bad. But yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I really need defense. I'm taking so much damage. And that's on normal. That's on normal, but my defense is 42% reduction versus electric, yet I'm still getting almost one shot by those spiders. I mean, anything that shoots hazards that go on the ground, automatons and spiders in particular, they do a ton of damage with both the fire and poison, and even with the electric. All three of those types of hazards on the ground do unreasonably high damage. The fire hazards, the poison hazards, and the electric hazards, especially while leveling up, when you obviously won't have min-max defenses on normal. Okay, there we go. Thomas Prime says, I'm having a hard time not touching my money for Godfall. I'm glad it's releasing soon. Same thing here. Same thing here. I'm probably gonna have to pre-order it tomorrow. I just wanna get my Chaos Bane DLC and see, first of all, if the Chaos Bane DLC is too expensive. I'm not gonna have enough money for Godfall. Because the Godfall edition I want to get is 79 euro, and I've got like 86 euro in my PayPal, or 87 euro, something like that. So I hope the Chaos Bane DLC is no more than 10 euro. Because YouTube still hasn't transferred the money from last month. The revenue from last month, and they normally do this between the 10th and the 14th from what I've read. I'm still new. My content is being monetized since July, and so far yeah, I've only received one payment from YouTube since then, and I'm still new and figuring out how all that monetization stuff works. When it comes to YouTube and how their payments work. And since they're probably gonna transfer the money after Godfall launches, I'm just saving my money. I'm waiting. I'm not buying Godfall, and I'm not buying the DLC until I know that I'm gonna have enough for those things. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I just hope they don't overprice this DLC when it comes to Chaos Bane. I mean, I would agree to a high price if the content inside the DLC matches the high price. But Tom King's was definitely kind of a letdown in regards to DLC, but it had good things that were needed, like skills that only unlock with Tom King's. And the Tomb Kings was fun. It was a fun DLC. kind of a short story, very short story. But again, there were other things in that Tomb Kings DLC that were adding value and making it worth getting. So far, when it comes to Chaosbane, there's two DLCs that are worth getting: the Tomb Kings and the God Skills. Apart from those, anything else that is paid content, I don't recommend. Like, the XP boost is minimal and you're not gonna see any increase. And the Blessings one, you could live without it, and same goes for the gold one. Okay, let's see here. Like this, like this, like this. By the way, where am I going? To the Thunder Throne? Yeah. Did he just teleport without doing damage? And the golem? That's pretty strange. Why he teleported without doing damage? Let's go, let's go. Come on, come on. I might as well rush this zone and just go to the next one. Let's just try and kill enough Netherrim and then push forward. I'm gonna check here first. How many more? I'm at, I can't read it, 88%. Damn, my eyes, my eyes. I'm considering buying myself eyes for when gaming that filter out blue light. We'll see. But even if I get myself gaming eyeglasses, they're not gonna have, they're not gonna be medical, so they're not gonna make my vision better. But I just saw today that one of the PC stores in my country is offering some discounts on the gaming glasses that filter out the blue light. Oh, I'm at 100%, let's move. Let's go to the next zone. And I've got skill points. Ice Shield level 8. Oh, and at level 45 I'm getting Ice Shield maxed out. Right on time for the boss to have level 10 Ice Shield. Hopefully I get some sort of better armor for the boss fight. I mean, I can sacrifice some damage as long as there's some good defense. So I'm gonna try and get 45 before moving on to the boss. There we go. Boom. Please tell me this is good. It isn't. Well, we're finishing the story very soon on this hero. And Decapitator says, what would be your preferred relic for a spin to win forged? I chose fire for the extra 25% from Quoke and the extra burning stuff to trigger the tier 2 bonus of furnace blast. Still wondering if electrode would have been better. Well, I would have preferred electrode, but flaming destroyer is not a bad choice because it's still a good proc monster relic. Basically, that's the two relics I would suggest the most. If you want damage, Electrode and Flaming Destroyer are both good choices. If you want survivability, Blood Drinker is amazing as a synergy as well. So you gotta decide, do you want more procs and a proc monster build? Do you want more direct damage build? Electrode is a little bit better for a proc monster build than the Flaming Destroyer. But the Flaming Destroyer is a little bit better if you want more damage from relic skills, such as Blazing Pillar, Sword Smash, etc. Although for direct damage, Chaotic Strikes is the bomb. It's amazing. Chaotic Strikes is also great if you wanna do such a build where you're spamming, dumping energy. Right now, 1000 volt burst is overpowered. It's overpowered with the tier 3 bonus. The tier 3 bonus is supposed to do 55% weapon damage, it does 550. And that makes it extremely strong. And it makes it melt bosses. So on builds where you're dumping energy a lot more often than others, you're gonna see better results with the Electrode. For example, if you're spamming Chaotic Strikes, it would mean more uses of 1000 volt burst, faster 1000 volt burst recharge. So that's something to consider. But again, it's gonna get nerfed. It's gonna get fixed, more like not nerfed but fixed. So don't rely too much on it. It is a strong skill and it will be strong even without that. But right now it's silly strong. And the 1000 volt burst. Okay. There we go. Almost died due to the credits. Almost died due to the credits. See, if I didn't stop the credits and the cutscene, the cinematics, this poison would have killed me, because I was inside the poison at the moment it triggered. Okay, skills. I forgot to level up my ice shield before the boss fight. Echo landing. Decapitator says he has sacrificed Sword Smash because he couldn't find high level set pieces. What do you mean high level set pieces? You don't need set pieces for Sword Smash to be worth using. All you need is an Egg of Mayhem. All you need is this one item. With this one item, you can make Sword Smash builds very strong. Pretty decent. Set pieces are not needed for Sword Smash to be strong. I mean, yeah, there's definitely gonna be a nice synergy where you can auto-cast Sword Smash with one of the items. I forgot which one it was. With this one item, let me check the name. Ancient Ember Gauntlets. The Ancient Ember Gauntlets would give you 2% chance on hit to cast Sword Smash for free. And that goes all the way to 4% when you... And that's very good for proc monster builds. For proc monster builds, this chance to cast Sword Smash is amazing. And this one on an Electrode build, spin to win, it will be silly fun to try. If you have leveled up your Chaotic Strikes and it keeps auto casting Chaotic Strikes, it's just gonna be so fun. It might be 4% chance, but on spin to win or other proc monster builds, this will be happening more often than one might think with those 4% chance. Let's get rid of this. And here we go. Next is all the way to my fort to start some Fazir. To keep leveling. I'm gonna stay on normal until level 60. It's how I do it. Much quicker, much easier to level up on normal. It's still early in the US, so I'm not expecting to hear back from Bean regarding those keys. Those giveaway keys that people are reporting were showing up as claimed. But hopefully by the time I'm done streaming today, I would have heard back from her, so I can send people maybe new keys or something. And Decapitator says, and as I needed to use 2 set pieces in the Legendarium, I also have no space for the egg. Oh yeah, that's understandable. Right now I actually use 3 set pieces in the Legendarium. I use the 3 most important set pieces for Dusk Mages in the Legendarium. And I'm wearing 1 set piece. I mean, I'm also wearing this, but this is not the most important. I can go without these Celestial Pants, but the Celestial Boots On Dusk Mages, I always go for boots, gauntlets, chest, and helmet. Wear 3 legendarium the fourth one. Normally I would legendarium the chest and wear the boots, the gauntlets, and the helmet. Alright, let's do some fuzz here. Cursed Infamous. Let's do Cursed Infamous. I'm not gonna stop to use my gear bundles every time. I'm probably gonna do it every few levels, maybe at level 50 something. So let's get to 50, and then I'm gonna look through my belongings, through my stash, to see if I've got some items for level 60 for level 50 that I can equip. Come on. I need to kill 10 more high wit. Okay, let's try and find 10 more high wit. I guess I shouldn't rush the maps, because I need the XP in any case. Might as well just take it slow so I don't end up getting out leveled. I will most definitely end up getting out leveled, but hopefully that doesn't happen too soon. Now that I'm 46, which skill should I start leveling? Probably Entropy. I think it's about time. There we go. By the way, Decapitator, where did you find the Ancient Ember leg armor? The pants. Did you find them from a legendary gear bundle, or did you get them as drops? Yesterday they confirmed level 46 and higher is how you get the Ancient Ember. It doesn't have to be in the Fazir dungeon only. You just need to be killing enemies that are level 46 or higher. So there was some sort of misunderstanding, I guess, when they were providing us the information at first, thinking it will only drop in the Fazir's dungeon. And now we know that they don't drop only in the Fazir dungeon. They drop from anything that's level 46 and above. But I'm wondering if someone has really managed to get them as a drop yet. Because everyone's been saying it's super difficult to get those as drops. Mannergen, boats fired on shock. I'm very tempted, but I'm gonna lose relic energy generation. And I don't have chance to shock. And by the way, someone asked me earlier whether I have found some of the Halloween pets. I'm not even trying. Most of the time I'm not even gonna open my pet cages. Most of the times I'm just gonna ignore the pet cages, so keep that in mind. Okay. Just clearing up from some things. Let's do the goblins. Hopefully it's not that one map I don't wanna do. If it's the map I don't wanna do, I'm just gonna exit and start another one. Is it gonna be I think it's the Astral Gate, the map I don't want to do. Or the one before the Astral Gate. Okay, that one's nice. That one's nice. Act 1 map with Act 3 enemies. The blue goblins. So yours was a bundle and you haven't seen any as a drop. I don't know a single person who has gotten Ancient Ember from drops. Everyone has been getting those from bundles before they remove them, re-remove them. I mean, if anyone is watching and has gotten an Ancient Ember set piece as a drop, not from a bundle, do share the experience with us to know that it's droppable. It does sound broken. It does sound broken to me. I can confirm that it sounds broken. Well, they've said that they're supposed to drop, but maybe they messed up their drop rates. So maybe the Ancient Ember doesn't actually drop. I mean, I'm at 0 out of 6, and so are many other people. I know many other people who still probably haven't gotten a single piece of those. And those who have gotten any have gotten those from gear bundles. Oh yeah, level 60 Mountain King helmet would be amazing for you, especially if it gives you crit chance. Crit chance, Mountain King helmet with maybe some extra skill points into a skill would be decent, especially if it has a socket to put some more defense. Because forged with Vortex Bomb is a lot of armor, a lot of defenses, and power projection even more defenses. And it's a great synergy, stacking defense on a forge. Forged is nice for those defense builds. Okay, over there.
Your health is low.
What's happening here? I need to just go to the grove. Actually, I'm thinking of completing this map fully, so I'm gonna go back and clear. I need the XP. Uh, Instead of rushing the maps, I'd rather clear everything I can on my way. It's XP after all, we're after XP for now. Although it would be nice if I rush until I find the gauntlet map and then just stick around in the gauntlet map for a while. That's also another way of doing it. There we go, some more enemies. Oh shit, I got my harmonic form. Maybe it's time to go to the boss fight before it ends. It's probably gonna end by the time I'm at the boss fight. Okay, this one's down. I'm starting to get out-leveled by the content already. And it refuses to drop me things with good defenses. Oh, finally a good weapon. Finally a good weapon and a good spare weapon. That's nice. Oh, well, even better spare weapon. Something with more defense, but no fire defense. But still, it's time to upgrade. Okay, I got some good things here. And a shield. If I want defense instead of mana, I can maybe use a shield. I'm gonna do some enchanting now. And at level 50, I'll probably check for some items in my warehouse, in my wardrobes and stash. Come on. I must have made my fort too big. I always tend to avoid making my fort too full of things, and eventually it still becomes full of things. And the latest addition is this, writing my name with items. This is the latest addition, which probably consumed a bunch of prop limit, and I'm still kind of halfway in the prop limit, so I'm still far away from the actual 500 limit. Yet it's still loading a little bit longer than I would want it to. Let's see. Should I do a Mapworks portal? Maybe it's a little bit too soon. Kronk, nice. Oh, I had to enchant, I forgot. It's enchant time. How's my defenses? I need poison and fire. Okay, let's get poison. Oh, we didn't. Let's get poison again, maybe. Potion work. Seriously, seriously? 3 times in a row potion work. This thing shouldn't even exist in the game as an affix. Potion work. Potions shouldn't be droppable or purchasable. They should just have a cooldown. Let's do this. And there we go. Come on, come on. Handblaster, that's nice. Stronger than the Digitus. And this is gonna be more, even considering the socket, it's gonna be more. Should I check something for high level stuff? I'm still not able to wear level 50 items. I'm pretty sure I have a very nice level 50 item somewhere. I can wear this, by the way. This is 47. Okay, well, still found something else I can equip. It's a sharpshooter item, so it's not gonna be a big increase, but hey, it has crit chance and some defense. So it's still something valuable worth wearing for now. Oh, and we found a gauntlet. Oh boy, yes, just what I needed. This gauntlet map comes at the exact best possible moment. The most suitable timing for such a map, where I'm starting to get out-leveled by my content. Like I'm level 46 doing level 48. So the perfect time to stop and catch up with the levels. So in this map, if there's enough spawns, I can stay until maybe level 50. Although for 4 levels, I'm gonna get bored. I'm gonna get bored staying in this map for 4 levels. But thankfully it's goblins, so having the goblins in the map really would help the level up progress. Kedrick is saying, I'm installing Chaos Bane. Nice, Kedrick, nice to hear. You might get the DLC too? I hope I can get the DLC as well. It all depends how expensive it is. I'm not gonna waste my Godfall money on the DLC. in the worst case, I might just try and see if I can transfer some money to my PayPal from my debit card. But in my debit card, at best, I probably have like €5. But if that's all that's needed, so right now I've saved up like €6 or €7 for the DLC, for the Chaos Bane DLC. So that should be fine. If it isn't, I've got another alternative option to just transfer funds to my PayPal. And hopefully I hope it doesn't cost more than 10 bucks. 10 bucks, 10 euro. That's acceptable price for an expansion, if it's not a huge expansion. I think they've unnecessarily reworked they've spent too much development time reworking some of the areas, some of the hubs, and that seemed like an overkill. That time might have been spent much better developing more new zones. Although there also gonna be new zones and more enemies and things like that. But I don't know if it was worth it reworking for the gain, for the value that it adds to the game, reworking the hub zones by adding more NPCs. And just making them look different. There's already a video online, someone playing Series S. I'm gonna give you the link. Let me just make sure they're not attacking me. I'm gonna hide here. Go to the Discord, official Discord, general. Ah, don't. Fuck. When did they spawn? Okay. We really need in this game pause. We need to be able to pause when playing solo. So this is the video. Ignore the seconds. Probably shouldn't have copied it with the seconds, but yeah, this is the video of someone playing Ewon tier, the Dusk Mage, on Series S. With the new patch, and you can see the reward hub, you can see the dummies, the damage dummies in the hub. Big moment for me was seeing the damage dummies. I love the damage dummies. In any game it's always nice to have something like that to test damages, especially for people like me who make builds. Damage dummies are a blessing. That's probably gonna be the best part of the update. We'll see if the hero is badly balanced, which I doubt. Normally it's the old heroes that are badly balanced, not the new ones. Kiwa, for example, was very well balanced for up to Chaos 10. She was definitely well balanced when she first got released. We'll see how well balanced Jurgen will be. Yeah, I think $9.99, the same price as Tomb Kings, would be acceptable. If Tomb Kings is $9.99, then yeah, I would agree on that same price for the new DLC, even if it's bigger. Hopefully it's bigger. I mean, it better be bigger for that price, because Tomb Kings for that price was not really worth. It wasn't really worth it in regards to how big it was. The only reason why I think it was worth it is because of some of the passives that it added. The Tomb King's passive things, like Hero of the Desert, for example. Pretty good passive. But I hope they would stop walking skills behind DLCs. It's just not fun when you're walking skills behind DLCs. When you're walking classes, yes, that's acceptable. Walking new classes behind DLCs, but it's not 2000. It's 2020, and I think walking skills behind DLCs is just not fun. But walking classes is entirely normal. New classes, new zones is completely acceptable as something behind a paywall. Even the god skills, I wasn't a fan of how they paywall the god skills. But even that is something that I would understand. But when you're adding passive abilities as part of a DLC, that's not the god skills but the regular passive skills from the skill tree, then those are kind of dodgy when you do it like that. The same way Hero of the Desert and those other skills in Tomb Kings were Tomb Kings only passives. We'll see. I mean, tomorrow is the day when it comes out. We'll see how it is. Luca Giampoletti. Luca says, "Hey Struck, I am following you since starting to play Torchlight 3 4 days ago, coming from Diablo 3, and I think you have a really good tendency for this kind of game. Can I ask a suggestion regarding Realmaster Fire?" Yes, feel free to ask anything, and thank you very much for watching my content. It means a lot to me when you folks are watching my content. it 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 it, it keeps the content coming. It keeps the content coming. So thanks again, and feel free to ask anything about Torchlight 3 or some of the other games I play and stream and make content for. Okay, moving on. Also, are you playing a train or slammer Realmaster? Or a hybrid, a bit of this, a bit of that? But yeah, the Flaming Destroyer with train is very good. It's amazing. With the slammer, if you do like an Egg of Mayhem slammer build, it's not gonna be a bad combo either. Something just flashed on my screen. It's weird. It's normally when I see this thing flashing, it's before the game crashes. Hopefully it doesn't crash. You're leveling a Fire Realmaster built around basic attacks, and you think you keep basic attacks also in the end game. You would like to play a hybrid with the cannon train. Which one is cannon train? Shotgun, mortar, shotgun, or flamethrower? Keep in mind, between mortar and flamethrower carries superior by a big margin. But they're both fun. They're both fun if you like mortar. Use mortar, but keep in mind flamethrower carries kind of the superior one right now. So I'm kind of in an endless map, and I can't theory craft you something, but I can go and try and find a safe spot. And if I find a safe spot where there's not gonna be respawning enemies around me, I will show you some things. So I'm hoping that those enemies here are not gonna come to me. I think I'm safe. So let's quickly open my browser and just talk about Realmaster and the Flaming Destroyer. So Firefox. Okay, let me just... who's attacking me? Oh, they're attacking my alpaca. That's fine. Where's my Firefox? There we go. I just wanted to reduce this a little. I hope you can see still. I hope you can still see like this. Now, what we have here, let's select Realm Master and let's select Flaming Destroyer. So basically you want to use the basic attacks. Okay, basic attacks is fine. Keep in mind this is a little bit buggy. So if you go for this basic attack bonus, it's a little bit buggy. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. So this one is Mortar Car. It's very good early in the game. But later on, when you get Flamethrower Car after level 20, my suggestion is put all the points from Flamethrower, from Mortar into Flamethrower. If you want something super strong, this is the strongest Realm Master Car skill right now. With Doom Pipe, it's just a huge synergy. For basic attack builds, I would strongly suggest going for Sword Smash and the Egg of Mayhem. The Egg of Mayhem is this one item I'm gonna show you right now. Egg of Mayhem is this one item. This one. You can wear it, but it's better to put it in the Legendarium. This egg here. So, just going back into the browser. So basically, if you want a train build with the Flaming Destroyer with basic attacks, I would do something like this. This is level 10, this is level 10, this is level 5. This you want at least one level into this. You probably would want this one. It's 5 points if you don't have chance to burn. You might consider, you might consider 1 point in Cloak of Flames, but it's not necessary. You would probably want this one at level 10, ideally at level 8 with the extra skill points, but at first let's say level 10. You would want this one. This is a very important skill. You don't have to use it. You just get tier 2. You get tier 2 and it's good enough. Basically this gives you 65% damage to everything that you do. If the enemy is stunned, blinded or swallowed, your trains, your relic skills and your lineage, slammer skills would do extra damage. Another thing, you obviously would want tier 2 build train. And after that you can probably use shotgun car. It's not a bad choice to use shotgun car. So for now, let's say you've got 64 points, and this is your setup with 64 points. Let's say you don't want to get the important things immediately. Maybe only 1 point. Let's say 3 points here, 1 point here, 10 points here. Maybe you can just put 1 point here for now. So let's say the most important things would be. This can also be 1 point for now. I think this would be your priority. This is 43 points. This is 43 points. So there's 10 points here, 1 point here, 1 point here, 3 points here, 6 points here, 10 points here, 5 points here, and 1 point here and here. That's your setup with 43 points. For a basic attack build, and you want to use Greatsword or the Railhammer. So hopefully that kind of helps you in regards to some ideas how to build this. Let's just remove this. There we go. Okay, going back to the game. So I hope this helps you. And Decapitator, bye to you. Thanks for stopping by, Decapitator. Thank you very much for stopping by. And Kedrick is gonna go make dinner. Alright, Kedrick. And yeah, I know what you mean by basic attack. Basic attack is the normal attack, and this skill I mentioned, Giant Swings. Giant Swings gives you 50% damage to basic attacks, and it also gives you procs. So that's why I assumed you're using Giant Swings. Because if you're using basic attacks, it's just not worth not using it. See, I'm gonna show you again and read what the skill does. So if you read this skill, it says basic attack damage plus 50% at level 5. That's 10% basic attack damage per level. And then it keeps recharging your relic energy, and it keeps giving you a chance to, with basic attack hit, to do flame shockwave. 25% chance every time you hit with the basic attack to do a flaming shockwave, which does 125% weapon damage, which it's just a great synergy. It's a great synergy. This one also gives you basic attack bonus damage, 30%, which kind of doesn't always work. It doesn't always work. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. I'm not sure what's breaking it, but there is something breaking it. So be advised about that. And another thing that you need to know before going into basic attack builds, extra damage to basic attacks is broken. I'm gonna try and find you an item. Basically, you know, some items say plus X% to basic attacks. This doesn't work right now. When it says plus extra damage to basic attacks with Great Blade, extra damage with Digitus, with Mace, with Sword, with Bow, this works. When it's specifying the weapon, it works, but where it doesn't specify the weapon, it's kind of broken. So you need to know those things before going into a basic attack setup. Just be prepared that certain things are broken and you're gonna be a little bit underpowered as a result. But it's not gonna be that terrible. It's not gonna be that terrible. Just don't expect basic attacks to be your main damage. Because it's capped at 60% attack speed. You can't go more than extra 60% attack speed. And this by itself is limiting enough for such builds. I mean, if you could get 100% attack speed bonus, it would have been better. If you could get 150, it would have been perfect. But right now the limit is 60%. Not a big fan of that limit personally. Only 60% attack speed. Additional to the base of the weapon. But you gotta know those things. You gotta know those things when it comes to basic attack builds, and it's something that you won't know as a new player. That's why I decided to just give you the information. And Goriela Punks says, hi Struck, I saw your website with your builds. Great layout and very thorough on how to level them. Oh, thank you very much. This is something new, and not everyone, not every build of mine has a section for how to level the builds. I'm trying bit by bit to update them. Basically, I'm just prioritizing the ones that people tell me to update one by one. And I'm happy that you enjoy them, and welcome to my stream. Thank you very much for watching my content. Lucas says, okay, thanks a lot. And other two questions, if possible. What is that buff that you appear like a green flower upon your skill bar? Green flower buff on my skill bar? Oh, this one. Unlucky. This is unlucky. Basically, it means it's not dropping items in this map. This map is a gauntlet map, which means the enemies are respawning. But they're not dropping items, they're only dropping gold and lifebound scrolls. And the other one is, yeah. It's kind of how that map works. Guriela Punk says, any additional information helps, especially while leveling them. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, many people have been requesting to tell them how to level the build, so I decided to just start including that. In fact, in one of my recent build videos, I even mentioned this in the video itself for a few minutes. Although this makes the videos a little bit longer, so I'm not sure if it's a great thing to do it in the video. Maybe I should just stick to it being on the text version. And maybe just add that text version in the video itself. But the thing is, I make the text versions after the videos. So, so I would have to start making the text version before the video, so I can include like a little bit text on screen regarding how to level the builds. And I'm gonna consider, when the next time I'm doing a build video, I'm gonna consider writing this thing, how to level the build, and just including it as text on screen while talking about other things. It's gonna save me time. It's gonna help me avoid the video becoming longer than it needs to be. I normally think a build video should be no more than 30 minutes, between 20 and 30 minutes for an in-depth build video. The way I do them is a good amount of time to talk about everything. Sometimes I end up talking a little bit too much about gear or about skills, which is the biggest sections in my build videos, but sometimes there's a lot to talk about, and that's why this happens. When there's bugs, when there's things that are broken, I try to inform people about those things. I want people, when they watch my build, to know, okay, this build can be strong once they fix this one item, once they fix this one skill, so that when they play the build, that they would be prepared, that certain things would be underpowered until they're fixed. For example, like right now, legendary items cannot get certain affixes, which means there are cases where equipping a blue item would be better than a legendary. Of course, with the addition of Ancient Ember sets, obviously you would want 3 legendary armors from one set and 3 legendary armors from another set, combining your quest set with the Ancient Ember, because it's just the better way to do it right now. But Ancient Ember is something that not everyone would have. First of all, you can't level up with Ancient Ember because it starts dropping after level 46, or it's supposed to start dropping after level 46. Second of all, it's very hard to get right now. In fact, I don't know a single person who has gotten Ancient Ember as a drop, not from a gear bundle. I don't have Ancient Ember. That's just to give you an idea. I play a lot. I play a lot this game because I stream it, I record footage for it and so on, and I still haven't gotten one of those items as a drop. I haven't even gotten them from gear bundles, but that's another story. They were not even supposed to drop from gear bundles. Now they're supposed to drop from anything. It could be a green or blue gear bundle, it could be enemies in the Fazir, it could be enemies in Mapworks. Last night the developers confirmed that Ancient Ember is supposed to drop from everything, as long as it's level 46 or higher. Okay, we're level 48. Should I stay in this map until 49 or go and do a new map? Lucas says, how is obtainable that kind of map? It's awesome. This kind of map, you can obtain it in the Fazir dungeon, in the endgame activity. This is kind of the best way to level up. In the Fazir dungeon, when you find a map with respawning enemies, it's the fastest way to level up. Because the enemies are just constantly respawning, and yeah, you don't get items while you're in the map. You get 100% gearwork chance in the boss room when you decide to finish the map. But it's definitely nice to level up in it. And that's not the best one. There's much better gauntlet maps. In fact, I can probably just go and finish this map, and hopefully I can try and find you a better gauntlet as I go. This is level 49 map and I'm level 48, so I did need to stop a little and do some gauntlet farming, but yeah, maybe we can just go and do another map. How far am I from the end? Pretty close. And Gory Punk says text version will probably be more helpful because it will be easier to follow. Yeah, I understand. Well, I'm always gonna keep that in the text version. I mean, if I have it as a text version for the video, it's not hard to copy paste it as a text version on my website and just format it. So yeah, I'm considering to just make the text version before the video and then just copy paste that information from one place to the other for the next build. But I will be busy. I will be busy with Warhammer Chaosbane in the next week or so. Warhammer Chaosbane and Godfall. Tomorrow is the next DLC for Warhammer Chaosbane. And it's been 6 months since the last update in May, the 28th of May. So you can see how long it has been without an update in Warhammer Chaosbane. So I hope all those 6 months were well spent. We'll see. And 2 days later, on the 12th, is Godfall's launch. So yeah, there's gonna be some things to be busy with other than Torchlight 3. But I'm not gonna abandon Torchlight 3. I mean, Torchlight 3 is still important to me and I'm still gonna keep making content. But maybe taking a few days break is what I'm gonna need so I can focus on Warhammer Chaosbane and Godfall a little. But there's always time to return back to Torchlight 3. It's not like the game's gonna disappear in a few days. It's still there. And even though I might be streaming a different game, you would still be welcome to ask me some questions about Torchlight 3, even if I'm streaming a different game in the next week or so. The same way, if you want to ask me something about Warhammer Chaosbane right now, or Wolsen, I wouldn't mind giving you some hints. Only about Borderlands I won't be able to answer much because I haven't played in a long time. There's been shit tons of updates. Okay, we did this map. Damage with entropy. Alright, I don't mind damage with entropy. In fact, it's pretty decent for me. And the socket can get much better. If only it had... if only instead of HP it had defense at the top. And Wooka is asking which kind of DLC. The DLC I'm talking about is the Witch Hunter DLC for Warhammer Chaosbane. I can show you a trailer. Just a moment. Okay, so I just heard from Bean. I heard from Bean, the community manager, and the 3 keys most likely were grabbed by someone. The 3 keys that were given to me were most likely grabbed by someone. She gave me 3 new keys. So the 2 people who won the giveaway yesterday, I will send them new keys. And I also have another one which I can throw in the chat later. Be prepared. Those of you who need a key for the game, be prepared. First, let me know, is there anyone in the chat who needs a key for the game? Because there's one spare I've got right now, and if you want it, I can just throw it in the chat later. And the first one to get it gets it. The first one to activate it gets it. But yeah, there's 2 other keys I need to send the winners from yesterday's giveaway. And thankfully she, being the community manager of Torchlight 3, replied to me. So the DLC I was talking about, let me go and give you a link. It's basically in the Witch Hunter DLC. The Witch Hunter DLC in Warhammer Chaosbane. I'm gonna give you a trailer. Just a moment. I need to scroll a bit more. It's quite far. Damn, so far away. There's been a lot of chat since I posted that trailer in the official Warhammer Chaosbane Discord. Okay, there we go. Copy message. Copy message. Copy link. So there it is. This is Gory Elopunks. It will be the chat in Twitch and YouTube. It will be Twitch and YouTube chat. Okay, I think I'm ready. Got some defenses. I'm not level 50 yet, so I'm not gonna check for some items yet. I'm pretty sure I have some decent items for level 50. Is there another gauntlet by any chance? No. No gauntlet. Let's do... Wow. We don't have much choice, do we? I'm not gonna do Anchored, so I'm gonna do the Boom Room Essential map. And Never Wookie Gamer says, hey Struck, how is the golem after the patch tweet? Well, the damage of the golem as basic attacks, as golem attacks, is kind of underwhelming still. But the shockwave, the slam, the golem slam is pretty decent damage. This 600% weapon damage slam. I did give the developers a suggestion yesterday. And my suggestion is to make the golem do the slam, the active golem skill, the slam, to do it on the first summon, the first time it appears. Because right now it's very underwhelming. The first time you pay 50 energy, there's nothing that's happening other than the golem appearing. And I think that's underwhelming, and it's not fair when you have skills like Drain and Blazing Pillar, and Arachnid, not Arachnid Assault, but Spectral Spider, and what else is there? And Conjure Electrode that start doing damage immediately. But the golem needs to start attacking to start doing damage. And if you make it do that damage on its first summon, I think it would be really worth it. It would be really worth the 50 energy. Because look at that. Now I'm gonna summon the golem. And you see it doesn't do damage until it goes next to the enemies. And then when I resummon it, it does damage. You see it just did 19,000. So I think this damage that it does when you recast it needs to be added to the initial cast. It needs to just appear with this animation. And I think once that happens, it will be definitely a skill worth using on many builds. So it's not terrible right now, it's just not, it's not great. But it can be with this one little change. This one little change would make it worth using. The chilling aura is pretty decent of the golem, and the golem shooting icicles is also not so bad either. I only wish, but it would make ice shield super overpowered. I wish those icicles that shoot out from my pet would also shoot out from my golem. Would have been a nice synergy there. But it would have been too overpowered ice shield if the ice shield tier 3 made not only the pet but the golem also shoot icicles. And Terry the tank is back. Welcome Terry. Welcome back Terry. Wuka says, how do you take that dungeon that gives missions? What exactly is that meant? Sorry for a lot of questions, but I'm also new. No worries. I love the questions, and if I don't answer something immediately, I always try to go back to the chat. So you have to complete the story, Act 1, 2 and 3. Once you finish Act 3, you get a quest to go to Travel Point and talk to a mysterious stranger. And this mysterious stranger is not gonna give you candy. It's not that type of mysterious stranger. But yeah, this mysterious stranger is gonna give you some sort of... it gives you a prop. Let's call it prop, decor. It gives you a prop for your fort. And then you can go to your fort and find the Fazier's dungeon in your inventory. Fort prop inventory. And then you can just place it and interact with that prop to get that gin. I hope this explains it. If it's not clear, don't be shy to ask more questions if I didn't explain it well enough. What difficulty and against what enemies did you try the golem? Because for now my golem doesn't seem to die, but I'm playing on normal and I'm only leveling up, so until I test it at level 60 on ridiculous, I'm not gonna be able to tell you how good the golem is. But see, the thing with the golem is, if it dies too much, you can immediately summon it by recasting it. There's no cooldown other than the 3 seconds recast, and that's a decent cooldown. So dying, the golem dying is not gonna be the problem. And if you combine it with a build where it's freezing everything, they're not gonna do much damage to the golem if it's constantly freezing stuff. Basically the good thing about the golem is the nuke. This nuke. That's the good thing about the golem. See, I just did 97,000. 870% damage. My Absolver does 452 on max level. So the golem is doing more damage than my Absolver. It's doing almost double the damage of my Absolver. So think of it that way. It's a huge nuke. And again, if they do that change, where casting the golem for the first time does the nuke, then it's gonna be worth it. You're gonna just use it the same way you use Drain or Blazing Pure. You won't consider it a summon, you would just consider it a nuking skill that does a summon. The same way I actually consider Spectral Spider with its tier 1 bonus. But yeah, the damage that it doesn't do is on the first cast. The first cast doesn't do damage. The second cast does, and that's why my suggestion to the developers was make the first cast do damage. Make the first cast do the exact same skill, the slam skill, that the recasts do. That would definitely make the golem something many people would love to use. Right now it's not bad, but it's not gonna be the best thing you can get. But it's good for an energy dump. Let's say you want a build where you're dumping energy. I think the Golem is better energy dump than Frost Blast. And Frost Blast is still super underwhelming after they nerfed it. I don't think they should have nerfed Frost Blast in the first place. It made it very underwhelming. It was much better before they reworked the relics into subclasses. Since the relic subclass rework, Frost Blast has been kind of the skill I want to avoid using, that type of a skill. Let's see what else is here. Still not level 50. I'm trying to get to level 50 before I check for some items. Looking for some gauntlet maps again. Don't seem to be finding any. I'm probably gonna go for this dividing map. Dividing is a good map. Terry the Tank says, so looks like the Forged update should be soon and big changes in December. Yeah, there's gonna be some big changes in December. We know about this. There will be big changes in December. And the Forged update is probably coming in December as well, with those big changes. So, Terry says, didn't sound like that change you've been saying, not in the works. Which change? The one I said yesterday. This change I mentioned in my stream yesterday while Bean was in chat. And Bean then mentioned this in the Tyler and Max stream when they were playing hardcore together. I'm gonna make a note ticket just so it's easy to track it. I just keep forgetting. But I'm gonna make a note ticket for the Ice Golem to be able to do its slam skill on the first cast. And Wuka says, yes it is, and once I obtained it, it's senseless repeat the story for more equips, or is it just to do the Jin missions? Well, Wuka, basically you just do the Jin missions. The Jin is your end game. You have 251 levels of the Jin. It's like rifting in Diablo. See, if you know Diablo rifting, that's your rifting. You have 251, so you kind of have to... You have to do them, and they become stronger and stronger, and the enemies keep getting more HP and more damage and more movement speed. So that's how it is. Let me see if I've missed some comments, some chat. And by the way, Wuka, you asked about the Gear and Goblin patch. The Gear and Goblins patch has already been implemented. The Gear and Goblins patch has been implemented some time ago. Not on Switch, but on console and PC it has been implemented. Let's see if I missed some other messages in the chat. Cora Moore says, when did this come out? Cora Moore, sorry for missing the message until now. This game came out on the 13th of October. In fact, if you pre-ordered, if you ordered early access, you could play during early access, and you could play the 1.0 version on the 6th of October. But yeah, the game hasn't been out for a month officially, so it launched less than a month ago, and it's still it's going strong when it comes to development. They're constantly working on new things right now. They know that we want more variety in the end game. They've already said that they know what we want. The thing is, it takes time. Development takes time, so they can't immediately add new end game activities, even though we want some. So yeah, we're gonna get probably one more big update before the year ends in December. There's probably gonna be one big update, and then after that, most likely we wouldn't see an update until late January, maybe early February, something like that, because they're gonna probably take 2-3 weeks off for family time and stuff around the Christmas holidays. Terry says he didn't sound too keen on it. Well, he said it's possible. And that they can revisit this. I mean, until he knows some details, etc., they won't say, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it, or no, we're not gonna do it. That's the obvious response, that they can look into it, because you know they need to make sure it's not a bad thing, because you can bring them an idea, and until they've looked it, until they've implemented it and tested it to see how it works, they can't say much. I'm gonna make a note ticket, so hopefully this makes this makes it into the game, because right now the initial first cast of the golem is very underwhelming. You can see the golem is also doing icicles around it, those falling icicles from the sky. Those also do some damage. Although they're super random, so I'm not a big fan of those being this random. I would much rather the icicle hits an enemy instead of the icicle hitting the floor. So if the icicle was randomly striking an enemy instead of randomly striking the ground. In fact, I'm not seeing the icicles doing damage to the enemies. I think they're falling without damage. Let's keep checking. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but I think those icicles don't do damage right now. It's very hard to tell because they fall and then it's super quick. The whole animation is kind of super quick. I'm probably gonna have to test it on my dummy. The best way to test it will be on the dummy, because no one else will be attacking the dummy other than the chilling aura and the golem. And even the golem's regular attacks won't be attacking. So it's gonna make it much easier to distinguish the damage numbers from one another. I'm gonna test it now. But yeah, when it comes to relics, it's Anthony. I think it's Anthony who designs the relics and skills and things like that. Michael is is the person in charge of items and things like that. And I'm wondering, they were teasing a big project that Ivy was designing. They were teasing a big project that Ivy was designing. Could it be fishing? I most certainly hope they weren't thinking of fishing being added before new endgame activities. But you never know. I'm wondering what she was designing, what this project they didn't want to reveal was, that will be coming with the next big update. They said her project, so I'm wondering what it could be. So let's test this. Let's test those icicles of the golem. $800. So it does damage, but the area it hits is so small. See, those dummies so far have been hit only once. And this 7 damage from the chilling aura is so broken. I think this damage was from me. I think this damage was from large boars. Yeah. Yeah, this damage was from my large boars. And do you see, by the way, what's happening? The golem aura is filling up my light and dark buff bar. This is super overpowered. If you want a dark only build or a light only build, you can just use the golem. to fill your light or dark buff bar. See? Just look at this. Just look at this. It's kind of quick. It's kind of quick. So okay, we found a couple of bugs just now. First, the golem chilling aura. On the dummies at least, only the 7 damage. Third, the third bug actually, so 3 bugs. The one bug is the icicles don't do damage at all. Even when they hit. In fact, I'm not seeing, actually, yeah, they just hit and they did 0 damage. And the thing that is also broken is the golem. First of all, it gives you fighter spirit. Second of all, it keeps filling up your harmonic form buffs. So yeah, pretty broken. And greetings, Mixing Sun. Greetings to Black Box. And Wooka, you can choose the Jin level as soon as you complete it. Basically, Wooka, to your question, is you start from level 1. And then once you complete level 1, you move to level 2. And once you complete level 2, you do level 3. Let's say you fail level 3, which is a boss fight. You go back to level 1. If you fail level 2, you go back to level 1. If you complete level 3, you get a new checkpoint, which is level 4. If you do level 4, you move on to 5, then to 6, and if you die at level 6, you go back to level 4. If you die at 7, you go back to level 4. If you complete 7, you go and unlock level 8 as your new checkpoint. So basically there's checkpoints every 4 levels. The first checkpoint is after 3 levels, and then it's every 4 levels, a new boss and a new checkpoint. And you just keep pushing further, and you can always change the level. You can always do something you have already done. Let's see if I've missed some other chat. Terry says gonna be back later. Alright, Terry, nice having you here yet again. It could be a dummy bug, yes, Black Box, it could be a dummy bug. I've checked the aura, and the aura does damage on mobs. But the icicle doesn't seem to do damage on mobs, but we can check it again. And we can see if I can get my light and dark buff bar filled up with this as well. Because it could also, as Black Box says, it could be a dummy bug. And Wooka, you cannot choose the level unless you have completed it. See, right now I cannot choose a level higher than level 6. Or 7, whatever my highest level possible was. Until you finish a level, you can't choose the next one. So I can't choose level 2 until I finish level 1. And I can't choose level 10 until I finish level 11, and so on. Okay, let's check the golem now. So the golem does damage with its basic attacks and with the chilling aura. I'm gonna send my pet away so it doesn't mess with the damage. The icicles, I'm not seeing the damage from the icicles. The icicle damage is the hardest, but it still fills my light and dark buff bar. Someone just subscribed, Xaba Kuibus or Kujbus. Xaba, thank you very much for the follow, for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Welcome to the Struck Club. I'm just gonna send the pet away again to stop messing with the testing. So now the thing I need to check is the falling icicles. Do they do damage? I don't think they do. I'm gonna keep testing. Come on, golem. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing the... Is that 1000 damage? I'm seeing the damage from the icicle. Those icicles are so random. It's more random than electrodes right now. So yeah, it's very hard to tell whether this icicle really does damage. But I think it doesn't, because it fell multiple times in the feet of the golem while fighting enemies. And yeah, I think it doesn't work. We only see the blue numbers are damage from the basic attacks of the golem. The white numbers are from the chilling aura. And there is no... There are no other numbers. What does it say about the icicles? The icicles... The ice golem summons icicles around it periodically. See, it doesn't say how much damage the icicles do, and whether it's supposed to be weapon damage. And the things that say weapon damage are gonna do the blue numbers, because my weapon is doing ice damage as major. See, my damage numbers are blue right now. If I were to change my weapon to this one with physical damage, see, now my golem is gonna be doing probably physical stuff. Let's see. Is it? Come on, golem. See, he's doing red numbers. Red numbers on his basic attacks. Okay, well, I think I found bugs. One dummy bug and two golem bugs. The golem bugs are first, the icicles don't do damage. And the second bug is it keeps refilling your dark and light buff bar. So there were people who were saying, I want a completely dark skills build or a completely light skills build. Right now you can do it with the golem until they fix it. You can use the golem to help build the light or dark buff bar, the one where you're not using skills of that element. See, that's the silver lining there for this bug right now. But the golem needs to be next to the enemies, and the chilling aura needs to be damaging them. And Mixinsus is asking where I'm from. I'm from Bulgaria. It's in southeastern Europe. It's north of Greece, south of Romania. And Angry Monkey Forever says, hi Struck, sorry, I'm planning to do a Realm Master Flying Pix trainless build. Which relic has which relic to choose for such a build? Well, do you want minion damage, or do you want poison and bleeding? First of all, for this build you have to decide, do you want your damage to be increased by bleeding bonuses, by poison bonuses, or do you want minion damage stacking? Because the Flying Pix can summon some spirits, and those spirits can do decent damage with minion damage bonuses. It's not gonna be great damage. And another thing I would suggest is also Electrode for proccing. You can use the Flying Pix to proc Lightning Strikes. So there's three relics I would suggest. Relic number 1 would probably be Bane, the obvious choice, with the legendary item, and stacking minion damage, and then using Ghost Train. Ghost Train is not gonna be train car, it's gonna just give you some extra spirits. So basically you might wanna check my Ancestral Bane Ductor build. My Ancestral Bane Ductor build, you can remove the Flamethrower car and rework it and use Ghost Rain as well, and use Flying Picks, and use the Enchanted Rail Hammers, and things like that, and it's gonna work well. Another option would be to not use the legendary item, to keep the Flying Picks as bleeding, although it's not gonna be that great, and to use the Blood Drinker. And then another version would be to use Electrode, and then to use the Flying Picks to proc Lightning Strikes. More Flying Picks means more hits, which means more chances of proccing Lightning Strike and other things. And yeah, that all can go very well with the Slammer build, with the Egg of Mayhem. The Egg of Mayhem, and using Venomous Maw on the poison, or using Spinning Blades with the bleeding, and with Rupture on the Blood Drinker, or using Chaotic Strikes on the Electrode. In fact, you can even try a basic attack Electrode build. You can be using basic attacks, and you can be using the summons. So you can use a mace, one-handed mace, or a rail hammer. You can try proccing with basic attacks to get extra energy. Or a sword basic attack build on the Electrode, or even a staff basic attack build on, or a rail hammer on the Bane. There's a lot of ways to do it. In fact, you just asking me this question is the type of questions I like. It made me think about some weird builds. It's not like I haven't thought about those builds before. I've thought about some of them. In fact, when I was leveling my Blood Drinker Realm Master, I was thinking of testing Flying Picks. I just never got down to testing it. By the time I leveled up, I forgot I wanted to do it. And I've not tried Flying Picks with Electrode, but I've always wanted to. And Mixing Sun is from Austria. Nice. I think we might have talked, maybe not with you, maybe with another person, but I'm pretty sure the other day I was talking to another person who said they're from Austria. And Lucas says, thanks for the tips, I'm gonna play a bit, and that I've inspired him much, so he hopes I will do another Torchlight 3 live soon. Yeah, starting tomorrow there's gonna be a little bit of break from Torchlight 3 due to Warhammer Chaosbane's new DLC, and Godfall launching 2 days later, on the 12th, but that doesn't mean I can't talk Torchlight. It does mean I can talk about Torchlight and give you ideas and hints, even if I'm not streaming Torchlight. Definitely the knowledge is there. I wouldn't mind sharing it regardless of what game I play. Angry Monkey says also Ghost Rain summons. Yeah, Ghost Rain summons something with the shield. You really want this. If you're gonna go for minion build, you might consider Ghost Rain and Flying Picks. My Ancestral Bane Doctor build. You might want to check my Ancestral Bane Doctor. It was a build where I'm not focusing on the train, so it's not your meta miasmic train setup. I was focusing more on stacking as many summons as I can. And we didn't have Sword of the Lost Legion. Now we have Sword of the Lost Legion, which means you can just include Sword of the Lost Legion. And if you combine Sword of the Lost Legion with Bone Blocker and Bone Razor, that's 20 skeletons. 20 skeletons just from those items. Then you can get some spiders, then you can get some ancestral spirits. You can get the enchanted rail hammers from the cosmic shoulders. Benjamin Vega is back. Nice to see you again, Benjamin. How have you been? And Angry Monkey says, what about Flaming Destroyer? The Flaming Destroyer can also be a fun build. It can also be a fun build for Flying Picks, because see, with Flying Picks you can get the poison with the legendary item. And let's say you have a weapon that does chance to bleed. And then let's say you use the Flaming Destroyer to burn enemies, and you can do a rainbow build where you're stacking poison with bleeding and with burning. And you can have some procs on burning enemies, or you can just stick to poison and burning, and just stack poison and burning, and that's gonna be fine as well, if you don't want to include bleeding in the mix. So it could also be fine. As a proc monster build, the Flaming Destroyer is on second place for me as a proc monster build setup, but it's not bad. It's just one of the not so obvious synergies for a Flying Pigs build. But if you want to use basic attacks, Flaming Destroyer is pretty decent. The problem is you have to use a Greatsword or a Rail Hammer, so a shield is out of the question. And like a Bomb Blocker is out of the question if you want extra summons. If you go basic attack build on a Flaming Destroyer. But if you don't go for the basic attacks, it's still a possible choice. And Alistair is back. He says, "Hey Struck." Oh, Alistair is the other person from the Österreich. He's the other person, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. So, Mixing Sun and Alistair are from there. And Alistair says, "Is it worth to use one-handed weapon? It's worth to use one-handed weapon on mage, less damage, or you want to use focus to..." I want to use the focus to regen mana. Right now we don't have things that give us cost reduction. They remove them. Not sure if it was intentional, but I haven't found ever since the game launched a single piece of mana cost reduction for Absolver, mana cost reduction for Entropy, for Holy Bolt. It's either broken and they're gonna add it later with a fix, or they decided to remove it because maybe they thought it was overpowered. I hope it's missing unintentionally, and it's gonna get added because it was super nice to make Electrode casting speed builds with that additional mana cost reduction for a certain skill, so you can kind of use it more often. Oh, Alistair is from Germany. So who might have been? I'm pretty sure there was another person from Austria the other day. Well, in any case, it's kind of hard to remember everything, so sorry for mixing it up. But yeah, I want to use the focus for the mana again. And what do you mean by servus? Is that the name of the person that I was referring to, maybe? And I finally found a good gauntlet map with undead and goblins in a cemetery. This is a good gauntlet map, so for leveling up this is probably one of the good ones. I hope it's not a short layout, I hope it's one of the long layouts, because the long cemetery layouts have so many good hotspots. There is one glowing stones hotspot, which is one of my favorite ones. Let's try and find it, see if there is one such hotspot here. Here we got this one. Alistair says Servus is German. It's a general friendly way of greeting someone. Oh, okay. I didn't know this. It's some sort of slang, I guess. The only way to greet people is hello in Vigets. That's the two ways I know to greet people in German. The general ways. Basically the hello and sup. Okay, we're 50 now. We are 50 now. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Mixin says, excuse my terrible English here. I don't look like Arnie, but I talk like him. well, at least you don't look like him, eh? It's not bad. I mean, my English is not perfect either. Not a native speaker, so it's understandable. Get to the chopper! Get down! Have you listened to and watched this guy? What was his name? There was this comedian that used to do the Trevor voices, and he used to do a very nice impersonation of. I'm gonna Google it. I got a brain fart and I can't remember his name, but I'm gonna Google it. Pablo something. Pablo Francisco. There we go. Pablo Francisco. You can look up Pablo Francisco movie guy. In fact, I'm gonna give you a link. I'm gonna give you a link instead of just talking about it. And he does a very good impersonation of the Terminator Trevor sometimes. I'm not sure if that link would have the Terminator Trevor thing, but he really impersonates the the voice of the Trevor guy and of Arnie splendidly. He's like, one man, one destiny, and something like that. And he makes that toop 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 sound. Like the guy has it very, very well. I used to love watching his stand-ups when I was younger. I'm not sure what happened to the guy. Why I guess he couldn't get new material maybe, and the old material probably got boring. But if he can do the old Trevor voice, he can try and do the new Trevor voices. That kind of changed as the time went by. Okay, this map's pretty decent. After this map, I need to check my storage. I think I had a very good level 50 weapon with like 3.6, maybe 4,000 damage or so. Unless I died and lost it sometime. Oh, there's a lot of scary men there. Yeah, Papa Francisco was was a blast to watch back in the day. It stopped spawning them. I'm not sure why, but it stopped spawning enemies in a decent speed. I guess the problem is that this is a small map. If it was one of the big cemetery maps, it would have been better, but I'm just gonna leave this map and start a new one. The big cemetery gauntlet maps are my favorite. The small ones are not bad, but it's probably better to level in a non-gauntlet map instead of going around all the time in this one. Okay, we got a Sword of the Lost Legion. And Benjamin is from Chile. Do you say Chile? Because in my country we say Chile. That's how we pronounce the name. But I think I guess in Spanish you say Chile as the name of the country. And Mixin says my minimap is often zoomed in. I don't find the key to zoom out again. Can you help? You mean tap? The tap button? The tab button, this one, above caps lock next to Q, under the tilt button. This is the one. If you're talking about switching between this minimap, and no minimap. And Alvaro is back and it's saying, hey, how is the leveling going? The leveling is going fine, trying to go after the gauntlet maps. Getting those endless respawns. Oh, this is an upgrade. A little bit of extra defense. Oh, damage with Absolver. Scratch that. This is an actual upgrade. By the way. No. Messed up there. Okay, now I should have a level 50 weapon somewhere here. A blue, nice, wife-bound level 50 weapon. Don't tell me I missed it. Well, I've got damage with Absolver powdrons. And they're better than what I'm wearing, and there's more percent damage, so I guess we're gonna do this. And level 50, level 53. Oh. Yeah, that's a lot of defense. I'd rather survive. Easier. 37. Oh, level 53 Celestial Gauntlets. Nice. And what else have we here? I guess that's it. That's it for upgrades. So, changing the gauntlets. Oh, duration for Ice Shield. Oh, blimey, that's a nice one. Let's put those somewhere back in the storage for now. So we got some upgrades. I'm gonna do another check. I'm gonna check those items. This was the Absolver, I think. This was the Entropy, if I'm not mistaken. No. the energy spike. This is Holy Fury stuff. Holy Bolt, Holy Fury. This one mixed. Yeah, I don't think I can get some upgrades, but... Oh, 49. 49 Celestial Helmet. Okay, this is an upgrade too. 49 Celestial Helmet. If only this had extra mana instead of the bolts fired on shock, I would have changed my current one to it. We're looking for some celestial pieces, ideally. Wait, mana and extra damage. Where did that go? Mana and extra damage? Or mana and relic energy generation? It's not enough mana, only 19%. Level 50 Holy Fury. So let's say I equip this. And I've got 3 pieces. Let's say I maybe equip this. That gives me some slots. That gives me some legendarium slots I can empty. 2 to be precise. 2 legendarium slots I can remove, and I can even change my boots now. I'm not gonna need those boots, so if I find better boots, I can do it. So let's say I put celestial boots here, and instead of celestial gauntlets, let's say I put what am I gonna put there? Maybe celestial pants, and put now let's remove those boots and try and find some high level boots. This one is very good because relic energy generation, but no defense. I'm gonna consider it. I'm going to consider this. Checking boots. Poison defense, crit damage. I think I had boots in my storage. And those were not wearable here. Wait, the pants, what level are they? 29. Okay, so I gotta get boots. I gotta get a new pair of boots. There's something here. I think I'm gonna wear those, because they give me more crit damage and give me relic energy generation. And I'm not losing much defense, only 259 defense. That means I can remove the Celestial Cuirass. And I've got an extra Legendarium slot to fill with anything I like. Like, this is not bad. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Arc powered pants. For now. Let's do this one. Okay, we're ready for fight. Let's see if I've missed some messages. Mixinsus says I'm in the top mini map. It zooms sometimes in the map. Oh yeah, that's a bug. That's a bug. This zoom. It's just misplacing or displacing the map, and it looks weird, like your cursor, your hero triangle is in a different place. So instead of here, the hero would be here somehow. Well, this is just a glitch, and it's glitch only on this minimap, not on this one. So if you see the glitch, switch to this map here, the compass map, because even this map is bugged. So when you see the bug for this map, if you press M and this one is bugged. It's just it's a glitch. It's not intended behavior. And Alistair says, Struck, can you check if you are getting mana regen bonus on your stats using focus? Oh yeah, I can. I'm pretty sure it works because it used to work before, unless they bugged it. Unless it... So the mana regen bonus. We gotta scroll all the way down. See, my mana regen right now is 2.9 per second. And I'm gonna have to go back to the town to see how well this goes. Because right now the stats window is bugged. And it's not showing you the differences. So if I go back to the fort and it votes my new stats, I should be able to see the difference. It's a glitch, and unequipping items doesn't show you the difference until you vote into a new zone. See, right now it's 2.4. So from 2.4 I go to 2.9 with the focus. And this focus gives me 22.5%. Wicked Magic Sam's stream is wagging so hard. Really? Is anyone else seeing wags on the stream? Who else is seeing wagging on the stream? And since when? Because on my end, I'm not noticing anything like this, but you never know. Sometimes when my stream wags, it's mostly problem from Restream. Sometimes when I stream to Restream, Restream is not streaming back to Twitch and YouTube with good speed. Or just the servers get overloaded and the speed drops. But it happens. I mean, it happens sometimes, so it's good when people tell me, so I can check. So Alistair is saying it's wagging for him as well. Is it terrible or not so bad? Because yeah, I'm seeing my OBS and there's dropped frames. 1.3% frames are being dropped. But my bitrate, weirdly enough, my bitrate is 6000 and it only drops to like 5800, but then goes to 6200. Let me see. Let me see how it's wagging. I'm checking on my phone to see if the stream is gonna wag if I watch it there. Well, so far I'm not seeing a wag there. I'm checking Twitch, so I can't know for YouTube. Is anyone on YouTube also experiencing wag? Oh, Wicked Magic says it didn't wag during the boss fight. And thank you very much, Nem Reaper. Nem Reaper, thank you very much for subscribing to my channel. Really appreciate it. Maybe it was a temporary. So he was saying it's wagging on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube it's kind of a little bit behind, I think. Oh no, never mind. Twitch is behind. Twitch is behind by like 2-3 seconds compared to YouTube. Huh. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna check if it's gonna work. I'm gonna move my mouse and something. I'm gonna start moving. I'm gonna pay attention. I'm gonna keep my phone in front of me just to see if the stream is wagging. Maybe it was just a temporary hiccup or something like that, but just to confirm whether it's temporary or not, Again, it only dropped 1.3% frames so far, and I'm not seeing any new frames dropped, so maybe it was temporary. But when bugs like this happen, it's not on my end most of the time. It's on the stream, which is where I stream my stuff to, and then they are rerouting it. I've been switching restream servers whenever something bad happens. For example, I used to stream to the Istanbul server, then to the Czech Republic server, and now I stream to the Tel Aviv server. Because it's giving me the best latency and the best results. But it hasn't been lagging for months. And see, for the past few minutes there hasn't been a single dropped frame. So most likely it was a temporary hiccup. It's weird, on a Monday morning there shouldn't be that many people streaming or restreaming. Hopefully it doesn't work anymore. Nem Reaper says he has this on PS4 and PC. If it starts lagging again, let me know. I will keep checking every now and then. Thankfully, the game's giving me a lot of gauntlet maps, which is pretty decent for the leveling up speed. Let's see. Wow. I was wondering how far he's gonna take me for a moment there when he knocked me back. By the way, Nem Reaper, where do you enjoy playing this game more? On the PC or on the PS4, if you have it on both platforms? And by the way, is there anyone in the chat, since the keys they gave me to give away yesterday, people were reporting they're not working. They gave me new keys, so I have one spare, 2 for the winners, and 1 I can drop in chat. But is there anyone who needs the game on Steam? If there is anyone who needs the game, I can just drop the key in chat. If there's more than one person, the first one to get it will get it. Just checking if from the people who are watching there's someone who needs it. Because yeah, the 2 winners from yesterday's giveaway, both of them emailed me that they can't activate the keys, and they gave me 3 new keys. I'm assuming that the other key probably didn't work as well that I dropped in chat yesterday. So I'm gonna do the same. Give them each a key, and then the other one I'm gonna drop in chat. And Mixin says I have to leave. Wife is calling. Yeah, and enjoy your night as well. Keep your wife happy. You know that saying, happy wife, happy life. But yeah, that sounds like the thing. I'm not sure how the saying is. The wife whipped person would say, or whatever the saying is. we have a saying in my country which literally translates a man under foot, or a man under under how do I say it, under sleeper, which is super weird. That's you know those sayings that every country has, like water under the bridge and things like that. Well, we have a saying for wife whipped men, and it literally translates to men under sleeper. But yeah, keep your wife happy and enjoy your evening. What's the respawn rate, I'm wondering, of those enemies in this map? It seems like a not a great map to farm again as a gauntlet map. It could be much better. Maybe I just need to find good hotspots. So far I haven't found two good hotspots. I can just teleport between one and the other. Wicked Magic says, I don't own it, but enjoy your videos though. You sure your keys aren't region locked maybe? I don't think they are, because that's the same keys that they keep giving away, and it was telling people that the key has been claimed. They sent me screenshots that the keys have been claimed, not that they're for a different region. Most likely, as the community manager said, probably someone grabbed the keys without marking them as taken. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, things happen. Whatever it was, thankfully they gave me a new one very early today in the morning their time. So I can later after my stream, or maybe I can just take a break after this map and send emails to the winners, and drop one in the chat. In fact, I can drop one in the chat right now. So the first person who gets it gets it. Let me see, which one am I dropping? I'm gonna drop this one. So whoever gets it and activates it on Steam first, it's for them. It's going on both YouTube and Twitch. And if someone tries to activate it and gets it working, let me know. If there is a person who of course, I'm assuming there might be people who are working in the background. And those people probably wouldn't wanna chat. Well, I'm gonna save the other two keys for the winners, because it's their keys. So I'm gonna have to wait for them to get back at me. So I'm gonna finish this map and then take like 2 minutes break to email them with the new keys. Alright, there we go. And it's a key for this game. It's a key for the game I'm playing on Steam. It's a Steam key for Torchlight 3. It was for the charity stream yesterday, and I gave 3 keys in the charity stream yesterday, two as giveaway to the winners, and one I dropped in the chat. I didn't hear anything about the one I dropped in the chat, so I'm not sure if it worked or not. But I heard about the other 2 keys from both people, that they just showed up as claimed. They sent me messages, screenshots, that they have been claimed. So I'm gonna email them new keys. And congrats, and hope it works to the people who got it. So I'm gonna take 2 minutes. I'm still here, I'm gonna talk, but if you're on Twitch, I could just start some ads. But I'm gonna put the BRB screen. So people would know. And I can run some ads on Twitch, but if you're on YouTube, I can't do it. So just give me a moment, I can still talk. I'm not gonna share my screen while I'm emailing, for obvious reasons. But yeah, just give me a moment. To send the keys. I'm gonna write these keys for Jan and the other keys for Dario. Let's reply. Okay. Okay, first key has been sent, and the other one for Dario. Let's reply. Okay, I think that's it. I sent both of them new keys, so hopefully those work. And yeah, just I'm gonna quickly take a bathroom break now. Bathroom break, and just to grab myself a bite to use that time. So be right back, and thanks in advance for the patience. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. I got myself a quick bite. I gave my pet some food as well. And I'm ready to go back to the game now. Thanks for waiting. And yeah, email to the two winners, so everything has been taken care of. Now, let's go back into the game. And let's keep leveling. I mean, we're level 50. 10 levels to go. I'm probably not gonna be level 60 by the end of the stream today, because it's 8 p.m. almost. So we've got like 2.5 hours roughly. I don't think I can get 10 levels in 2.5 hours. It depends. It depends. Any gauntlet maps? I would love to find a gauntlet map. This dividing map is tempting. Let's see if there's a gauntlet map here. Gauntlet. And let's check the chat, because I've missed some messages while I was BRB. And Gwent, they did talk a little bit about new updates. They didn't spew much. They did say there's gonna be some Christmas themed stuff. And they did say there's some project of Ivy. I'm not sure what Ivy. I think Ivy was a game designer, so there's gonna be some sort of project from her. That they mentioned something like they were talking about, okay, let's do this, and Ivy said, oh, all right, I already have it 50% done or something like that. I'm bad at quoting things from streams, from dev streams, and I'm not sure what that project of hers is, but I'm excited to see what it will be. And they were kind of cryptic regarding some things, but yeah, that stream with Max and Bean and Tyler, they did talk a little bit, and we know that the weapon that Michael made will be kind of it will probably be coming, the Echoes of Life weapon. He made that staff. So basically, what the staff does is, you see this alpaca. When you activate it, it makes a huge AoE damage around you, like a sound wave echo. And it summons a spirit version of this alpaca that shoots mini absolvers with three holy bolts. Mini absolvers with 3 holy bolts, and if you die, it brings you back to life. So hardcore players would really love this item. If you die, it brings you back to life. And this one will be taking up a slot on your skill bar. And it's supposed to be as strong as one of those skills. It's supposed to be a replacement of those skills. If you don't want to use Arachnid Assault or Code Front, you can just use that skill from that one staff. Oh, you saw the staff, okay. I'm not sure there's anything else they mentioned. I mean, shortly after Michael made that item and showed it last night, in their time it was actually morning, but yeah. After my stream, the stream that was after my stream, that's when this happened. For those 2 hours or so they streamed. And Terry the Tank says, Struck, I got ideal video, I love you to do. Feel free to share. And Necroptics says, how is it going, Struck? New to the stream, so you were playing Torchlight 3 and figured I'd stop in. Welcome back, Necroptics. Thank you very much for stopping by and watching my content. Really appreciate it. Feel free to ask anything if you're new to the game. And Nem Reaper is on the YouTube part as well. Nice. Welcome on Twitch as well, Nem Reaper. And what other messages I missed? Bayerius say, would you recommend Torchlight 3? I mean, you know Path of Exile and Wolsen. Is it nearly in that range? So, comparing Torchlight 3 to Wolsen is like comparing tea to coffee. And comparing Torchlight 3 to Diablo 2 or Path of Exile is again, maybe not tea to coffee, maybe comparing milk to coffee. See, they're both non-alcoholic, and they're both drinks, but this one is on the more bright spectrum. See, Grim Dawn, Diablo, Path of Exile, Wolsen, they're more grim and dark on that part of the spectrum. But this game is more on the bright, humoristic kind of, it doesn't take itself too seriously world type of thing. And this game doesn't have as much depth on first glance. On first glance, you're gonna see here, okay, this guy has 10 skills, 5 passive, 5 active, and then he has another 7 active and another 7 active, but that's first glance. If you look at it closely, you're gonna see each active skill has a modifier, tier 1 and tier 3 modifier, that makes this skill stronger. And then there's a passive that makes your hero stronger, like dark skills damage, like bonus damage for my pet, like relic energy recharge rate, like crit chance for dark skills, like cooldown for all my Dusk Mage skills, things like that. And this gives you a lot of depth. a lot of depth, combining that with some of the other tier bonuses from the relics, and knowing that you have 4 classes and 5 subclasses for a total of 20 combinations, and in each combination you can make like 10 different builds for like 200 total build options. You're not gonna see some crazy variety like Path of Exile, but you're also not gonna see crazy difference between shit builds and good builds like in Path of Exile. In Path of Exile you can make a build so bad that you're not probably even gonna be able to do tier 10 maps, maybe even tier 9 maps would be able to kick your ass. In this game, on Ridiculous, on the hardest difficulty, even the shittiest build can do map works, which is the most basic type of content, a map work. And even the shittiest build probably can reach level 30, 40, maybe even 50 in the Fazir dungeon, which is very good balancing. See, the more depth you add, the harder it is to balance things. And this game right now has balanced the things in such a way that shit builds are not that bad. They're still okay, they're still viable. It's just gonna take slower to beat the game, to beat the end game, to finish all 251 rift levels, one might call it. 251 Fazir dungeon stages. I think even the shittiest builds with the best items and the right person playing them can beat the Fazir dungeon. Even if I try to make the worst build possible I can think of, the most non-synergized build, I think if I give it to someone that's very good at dodging and saving their potions, they would still be able to complete every single Fazir dungeon level. It's just gonna take them probably 2, 3, 4, 5 times longer than a meta build, but it doesn't mean they can't do it. For example, and this game, compared to Path of Exile, this is not a speedrunning game. It's not a game where you have that supersonic, gotta go fast kind of mentality needed in the game. In fact, in many cases, some of the enemies won't spawn immediately, and you would have to wait for them to keep spawning one by one when you reach their spawning point. So you can just go there, drop a skill, see how they're spawning, and then there's one after it. So you have to kind of wait. So in general, Path of Exile players, speedrunners, they won't enjoy this. Because, you know, in Path of Exile people like moving a few meters, drop an AoE, clear the whole screen, move a few meters, drop an AoE, clear the whole screen. This game is not designed in such a way. It's not the speedrunner's dream. So let's see if I've missed some more comments. I'm gonna try and answer everything one by one. I still would recommend Torchlight 3 only to people who have an open mind. If you have an open mind and if you're not looking for spending many hours on the same build and just want to keep playing, maybe every few days change your build. If you want build diversity instead of endgame diversity, this is the game. If you want endgame diversity, probably give it a few more months, maybe get it next year, maybe wait until the next update to see. For now, the endgame is the weak link of this game, because we only have one endgame activity, but we have so much build diversity that you can just play a little bit on one build, then move on to the next one, and have your diversity this way, the same way I do. Let's see if I missed any other messages. Terry says, I know you're not one for high level pushing on Fazir, but I and bet many would like a guide on the best way to go high in the Fazir. Okay. Well, the best way to go high in the Fazir would be to just do the bare minimum in the map and just go do the boss and leave instead of spending time clearing every single enemy in the map. This is the one obvious best way to go higher in the Fazir. Do the bare minimum, get your chest reward, then rush to the boss. And try to save when you're in the boss. Try to save your big ult and have max energy. And if you're on Dusk Mage, try to, for example, get the light buff bar up and get the dark buff bar close to max, so you can just one-shot the boss with a dark skill, and then get this ready and then just dump. By one shot I don't mean to kill it with one shot, just to hit it once to get this dark buff bar filled up. Let's see any other messages. Terry is having a real hard time getting past Fazir 29. On what build, Terry? On what build are you having a hard time getting past Fazir 29? And Adi is saying no more comments. And Gwent is asking what class do you play and how much, and what relic, and how much weapon your how much damage your weapon is doing. Yeah, that's also a good question about the weapon. Arson Wells says I'm a big into PoE. Does this hold up versus that? I mean, it holds up versus Path of Exile on day one of launch. If you compare the current version of Path of Exile with this game, it's not fair to this game, because Path of Exile has gotten years of updates. But if you go back to the very first 1.0 version of Path of Exile, it's definitely smoother, it's definitely less buggy, even though it's still pretty buggy. But Path of Exile on the day it launched, it was pretty buggy, and believe me. I remember back in the day in closed beta, for example, when the final boss was Piety, and there was not much to do. And eventually when the game launched, they didn't have those leaks and seasons from the get-go, if I remember correctly. And there were a lot of imbalances and things like that. But again, if you want to compare this game, compare it to Diablo 3 on day one, compare it to Path of Exile on day one, Grim Dawn on day one, maybe month one, because this game launched less than a month ago. So let's say month one instead of day one. And Ali says, just joking, just watching a bit of your stream, then I'll go play myself. Nice. And Gwen says, I will ask Mayhem on Discord in 1 hour what the next plans for Char. Okay, that's a good thing to ask. Apparently we should be getting the Forge rework in December, apparently, with the next big update. Are they planning on implementing anything like seasons? Not that we know of. Not that we know of. They're not planning on adding any content that would make us start over, that we know of. I'm not a fan of seasons and leaks. I'm not a fan of having to start over to access new content, not being able to access the new content with my old heroes. I'm not gonna be a fan if they do something like that, but I can see how some people would want it. If they do seasonal content, I think they need to make it optional. Not like Path of Exile, when if I wanna play the new season, I need to wait 3 months for the new league to end before my old heroes can access the new content. So if they add new content and leaks, make it optional. Let me on my old heroes access the new content and opt out of the seasons of the leaderboards and just play it for fun. And let others, if they want, to play that new content with a leak and whatever. But I think the way the game is designed, leaks and seasons are just not gonna fit that well. I mean, there's ways to make them fit, but yeah, I don't like having to start over. I mean, I've already done so many playthroughs. I've already been through so many wipes in this game since alpha. I'd rather just be able to play all my heroes. But they've not said anything about leaks and seasons for now, and I don't think they're planning anything like that in the near future. But you never know. I mean, some things they don't let us know about until they're already almost done or done. So if they were working on something like that, they would probably let us know eventually. Really? Since when? Last time I played on Synthesis, people were telling me that if I want to play the new content, I need to wait for the league to be over before I can access it. Maybe I got misinformed. But yeah, the last 3 leagues I played were Delph, Betrayal and Synthesis. Since then I've not touched Path of Exile. But again, my main problem with Path of Exile is not that it's league or season, it's that I lose XP when I die. And there is no way to opt out of the race and opt out of the competition and just not lose XP when I die. And my other main problem is that I have to trade personally with people. There is no real auction house, no automated trading. Even though they make so much money from the game, they just refuse to make a built-in auction house in the game and force me to play the website instead of play the game. And I know those websites would lose their breadth, and they won't make money because there's not gonna be many people using those trading websites. But yeah, grinding gear games makes a lot of money, and I'm pretty sure if they felt like it, they could always spend some time and money into investing into making a built-in auction house for automated trading. Also, this trading opens up black market, people selling items and resources for real money. I just don't like games that don't do anything about selling items for real money, that allow a grey black market economy or whatever you want to call it. I mean, there's ways to do trading without the black market and economy being part of it. But yeah, if there's selling of items for real money, I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, I didn't like Wilson having the same type of problem as well. People selling items for real money. It's just basically being able to pay to win. Pay real money to get an item that you normally might need hundreds of hours to farm. Yeah, it's PoE trade site, and that's still people selling not on PoE trade. There's other websites. You can look up Path of Exile resources, and you're gonna see people selling items for real money. It's not the PoE trade website that I'm referring to. It's websites where people are trading real money for items, where you can buy items for dollars, for euro, for whatever. And it's not just items, you can buy exalts, you can buy all sorts of things. I never liked this whole real money trading, even in MMOs like World of Warcraft and stuff like that. I never approved of this as something that needs to be in games. So I'd much rather have no trading at all than that type of trading. But Diablo 3 type of trading is probably the best, because the only way you can sell trading for real money in Diablo is to sell gear boosting. Someone to pay you, and then you can just run some rifts, and then when something drops they can just get it. And probably there's still people who would do it that way and still make money that way, but it's much harder and much less convenient for the traders to exploit the system this way. It can still be exploited, even in Diablo 3 again. You can just group up with someone and provide by the hour gear boosting or whatever, and let people get the loot that's dropping, and just get them those things as long as they're in your party when you farm them. But again, you can't guarantee that this specific item would drop, and it's a little bit more troublesome that way. In this game you don't have black market because you don't have trading. So see, that's one radical decision of changing it. And they can make some auction houses where I think I think Last Epoch's auction house, when they make it, they're gonna call it the Bazaar. I think that one will have some sort of system to prevent black market, black economy, or whatever you wanna call it, dark gray economy. And yeah, Arson Wells, that's exactly the thing I don't like. The content doesn't hit standard leak until after the leak. And that's me having to wait for 2.5 months. I don't want to have to wait 2.5 months to access the new content on the standard leak. It's just not fair to people who don't want to play the leak. I want to play my old characters on the new content. I want a leak where I don't lose XP when I die. Even if I'm not participating in all the races, even if I opt out of the rewards to top 1000 or whatever, I just want a casual playstyle. And Path of Exile is not a game for casual players. Torchlight 3 on the other hand is very good for casual players. It's probably the perfect game for casual players. That's why I don't like Path of Exile. There's a lot of good things, and I appreciate all the things they've done for the genre by pushing different league mechanics every 3 months, new league mechanics. I always commend them for being creative and adding new things, but it's just not the game for me, and there's always people for every game. No matter what type of a game you make, it has to be pretty terrible for no one to play it. even Warhammer Chaosbane has people who enjoy playing it. We are not much, but we are. Let's say it like that. We exist, people who enjoy playing Warhammer Chaosbane. Especially now with the next update hitting Warhammer Chaosbane tomorrow. I can't wait for that one. I can't wait for the new Warhammer Chaosbane update tomorrow. So tomorrow I will be streaming that. My first playthrough on the Witch Hunter class. That's dropping tomorrow on Steam. And yeah, Diablo 3 literally had real money auction house, and that's why I never bought Diablo 3. When I played Diablo 3, it was on my brother's account, and he got Diablo 3 after the Reaper of Souls. Until then, we didn't think it was worth supporting Blizzard with their real money auction house. That's not that's not a good example. That's the worst example of trading in a game. The Diablo 3 real money auction house. This is the reason why until the Reaper of Souls many people didn't even wanna consider buying Diablo 3. And you might think it's not unfair. Well, again, I could disagree here. It's a matter of point of view. Different point of views consider different things fair and unfair. I just prefer the more casual friendly game. And Torchlight 3 is the perfect casual friendly game. It has enough depth, enough build variety. It's not as punishing. Although it is really punishing in the Fuzzier dungeon because you still lose progress. But yeah, the one problem right now is certain items, certain itemization things need to be changed. We need a way to reroll affixes. We need a way to transform one legendary item into another to negate the bad RNG. Terry the Tank has one-handed 5600 damage. 50% damage prevented, skill, spinning blades, blood seekers, living barrier, dance of death, cyclone mode, vent vortex bomb, power projection. How much are your defenses, Terry? Terry, if you press I, over here physical, fire, poison and electric. I want you to tell me those numbers. Ideally you need at least 40-45% physical and at least 60% damage prevented in fire, electric and poison. And your weapon, 5600 damage is very low. If it's wife bound. If it's not wife bound, it's not bad. But you need something like for level 60, you need at least 7.5 thousand weapon wife bound. Ideally you would have 8.4, 8.5, 8.6 thousand damage on your wife bound one-handed weapon. this is kind of what you need. But yeah, as Gwen said, it doesn't look like a lot of damage. And Adi says, oh, you don't understand new league's mechanics. I understand the league mechanics, I just don't want them. I want to be able to opt out of them. I want to get the new leagues and the new content without participating in the racing, without participating in that league. I want to get them on the standard league on day one of the patch, not have to wait 2.5 months before the league ends to get those mechanics and that new type of content. In general, again, I've had my fair share of Path of Exile. Again, the first time I played Path of Exile was in closed beta, I think winter 2019, 2013 or 2012, when they were giving Christmas keys for the closed beta. And I think I won my key through a giveaway from some website, not sure from where. Might have been from the official forums. It was long ago, so I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was a closed beta key I won. And later on my buddies played with me and my brother also played it back in the day. And I think we only had 2 or 3 heroes. I think we had the witch and we had one of the melee heroes, and that was very shortly before adding the rogue. I forgot the name of the rogue. I remember later on in the closed beta, maybe in the open beta, they added the rogue class, Nightblade or whatever it was called. I've had my fair share, and yeah, it's just not attractive as a game to me, as a casual player. I might spend a lot of time playing the game, but I still play it casually. So content like new acts, new bosses will be available for the league start, but the league specific mechanics like mods will be implemented after it ends. Alright, I still understand this, but again, that's not the main reason why I don't play Path of Exile. The main reason is losing XP when I die and the bad itemization system. The terribly overflooded with items itemization system. The terribly bad RNG in the game. And no way to negate it. The terrible drop rates of certain things. It's so grindy, it makes me cry internally how grindy it is when I play Path of Exile. As a casual player, I don't have the time and patience for a game as grindy and that values my time as a player as little as Path of Exile. We're not fucking zombies, we're humans. I don't have the time to grind as much as Path of Exile wants me to. If I wanted to grind, I can play World of Warcraft or any other MMO. There's plenty of zombie games there. I don't think hack and slash ARPG isometric games in 2020 need to be as grindy as the MMO from 20 years ago. Because time is important, time is precious. And yeah, games that value your time are my type of games. I hope Godfall is not as grindy as Path of Exile. I sincerely hope. And yet, Terry, if you wife bound your items, make sure you have a spare one. And blue items are what you want equipped right now, until they fix the legendaries. Right now, legendaries cannot get this. For example, this fire damage, 481 fire damage. I cannot get this damage on a legendary item right now. It's broken. it has been confirmed as not intended to work that way. You should be able to get every affix from blue items on legendary items as well. Oh, I can remove some points from my skills. I forgot about this. Alright, let's get this map completed. I'm level 52, this is a 51 map. I can go complete it and remove some skill points and rework my skills. I totally forgot I'm using 3 pieces of the set now, and I've got 1 extra skill point. So that's pretty nice. I'm gonna catch up with the chat in a moment. Let me finish this boss fight quickly and then I can catch up. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, Adi. Thank you for stopping by. And Terry only gets 4,000 one-handed. Plus 15% crit aura, that definitely helps, the plus 15% crit aura. Let's see. Gwen has 6,000 cannon. The cannon the cannon is neither two-handed or one-handed. He has one-handed with 8.5% crit. Keep in mind, Gawain, the crit chance and crit damage on your cannon does not apply to your weapon damage skills. So Cyclone mode doesn't get damage, crit damage, crit chance, chance to bleed, chance to burn, chance to shock, chance to poison if it's on your cannon. The only thing that a melee build gets from the cannon is anything that modifies a certain skill, like damage to a skill, cooldown reduction, duration to a skill, relic energy cost, relic energy charge, basic attack bonuses, things like that. Those would apply to non-cannon builds. Gwen probably knows this, but someone else might not know this, so I thought it's good to mention it now that they're talking about cannons and things like that. The melee forged is much better than the ranged, but it could use some tuning as well. But yeah, again, what you want really is like a 6,000 damage weapon, roughly, non-wife bound, or 5,800, something like that, with a socket. Basically, you want a weapon with damage at the top, damage at the bottom, 2 times, and then a socket at level 60. And then you put in the socket some flat damage, then you wife bind it, and this becomes 8.4, 8.5, 8.6 thousand weapon at level 60. Level 60 is the max level. Don't piece, the max level gear is at level 60. You can actually get the best gear at level 60 enemies. You don't have to be level 60. If you're level 57, you can still wear level 60 items. The way the game works is you can wear items 3 levels higher than you. So you can get the best gear at level 57 as long as the enemies you're fighting are level 60, so they can drop level 60 items. Maybe that's a better way to explain it when it comes to this. Okay, have I got a new weapon? I should have something here.
Your pet has returned.
I don't think I've got weapons that I can equip. I lost a lot of weapons. Oh, there we go, 55, new weapon. Good enough. Oh yeah, as I said, I need to do some respecking. So I no longer need this, or this, or this. And I definitely don't need this, and this. So that's a lot of points I managed to get. So now, the question now is, do I go more Warg Boars? And Energizer. For now, for energy recharge. And Super Dutch is back. Welcome back, Super Dutch. His mage died. Nice fort. Well, it's not the best fort, but it is a fort. It is a fort. I even wrote my name. I tagged it. I tagged it. But yeah, I'm just having fun sometimes with the fort. I'm not the person that would spend too much time in the fort. Basically, you can see I'm stacking wardrobes because I hoard items. I like hoarding items, so I'm stacking all 12 wardrobes on every hero. But yeah, thanks for that. And welcome back, Super Dutch. So let's see if I've missed any percent. Dompy says, and is there a point in the game, Rift level, to get best gear? Because I get something about... regardless whether you're level 60 doing the basic level 60 monsters, or whether you're doing level 60 monsters at level 251 Fazir, it's always gonna drop the exact same item. It's not like Wosen, where the higher you push, the higher the item level. Level 60 is the highest. You cannot get highest item level than 60. That's it. Higher than 60 is impossible. But if you push the Fazir to level 150, you can get every single enemy being unique. Every single elite being unique. And if you combine uniques with dividing and gear wiki, you get the best maps. It's not gonna give you better and stronger items, it's just gonna give you more legendaries and more items in general. But Fazir is the end game, yeah. But after Fazir level 16, as Gwen says, every dungeon is level 60. And all of it would drop the exact same strength of items. Robert Hines says, what items do you have in your legendarium? Right now, I only have Celestial Boots, Pants, and Arc-powered Pants. That's what I'm using right now. I mean, ideally, I would have I would have the Ancient Ember set. Ideally, I would have this one. Instead of Arc-powered Pants, which is changing soon, I would have Ancient Ember Pants. I would have Ancient Ember Shoulders, and I would also have the Ancient Ember Boots. But those would be equipped. Honestly, I would actually equip those. Then I would then I would slot in the Legendarium Ancient Ember chest, and maybe the Ancient Ember, maybe the Ancient Ember helmet for when I wanna do snowstorm stuff. I still have 0 of the 6 items. So I'm just not getting lucky with Ancient Ember. Just doesn't wanna drop for me. Well, let's see. Let's go on to the next stage. Wayne says they go up to Fazil level 200. Yeah, that's it. 251. Thanks, Gawain, for providing some information. Big ups, my man, for informing people. Some items only drop at level 60, by the way. I'm still trying to get on Dusk Mage an item called Molten Reach to make entropy stronger. and this item only drops from level 60 monsters. You cannot get it under 60. And the Ancient Ember set is supposed to drop from any type of enemy in any type of activity as long as it's level 46 or higher. So initially they said something like it only drops in the Fazir, but that's not how it works. They confirmed it yesterday in the stream, the dev stream, that Ancient Ember is supposed to drop in the Fazir, in the map works, anywhere you go, as long as the enemy is level 46 or higher. I don't think it's dropping at all. I think it's a bug. I'm still to find a person who has gotten Ancient Ember, not from gear bundles, but from a drop, from a monster. And yet, Dawn Piece normal is faster to do 46 to 60. So if you go to normal, the only thing you're losing is your visual badge, your difficulty badge. This badge here changes. Mine is at normal. If I only played on ridiculous, you would see something purple golden there. So if you care about your EP in size, if you wanna dangle your EP in other people's faces, you would wanna only play on ridiculous. If you don't care about this like me, then then just play on whatever difficulty you feel comfortable. It's kind of a cosmetic thing. Okay, let's see. So far, I'm enjoying the DPS, but again, Absolver and Entropy, they are super good DPS on any relic. Even if I didn't have any relic skills leveled up, Absolver and Entropy would be strong. But yeah, this golem is so broken. When we found few bugs today with the golem. First of all, it keeps building your light and dark buff bar, as you can see. See my dark buff bar getting built. Boom, I'm now in harmonic form without even using my own skills, just the golem. There's that, and then the icicles that fall from the golem, around the golem, they don't do damage at all. See, my own icicles do damage. So yeah, if you want a dark or light only build, use the golem. The golem can help you build the light and dark buff bar. Just pay attention there. But this is a bug. This is obviously a bug. And the golem also activates. It also activates fighter spirit. Fighter Spirit, the chilling aura of the golem, still activates it. And I actually tested it. I spent a few minutes today testing. The tier 3 bonus damage, and it does no damage. I tested it on the dummy, I tested it on enemies, and it just does no damage. The only damage that I can see is the chilling aura and the basic attacks of the golem. I can show you. Let's send my pet away, just so you can see easier. Let's give my pet some sort of wood, and let's send it away. And now let's show you. See, this green damage is the basic attack of the golem. The white damage is the chilling aura. And those icicles just don't hit. Large boars. When you see green damage, it could also be large boars. See, the icicles are hitting multiple times and they're not doing that damage at all. They don't have weapon damage attached to them. That's one of the problems. They don't even have weapon damage attached to them. So if you see an icicle, let me know. I'm not seeing a single icicle doing damage. Just the basic attacks of the golem and the chilling aura. The thing that does damage is the chilling aura, and yet the chilling aura does 7 damage on the dummy, but actually 1500 on the enemies. But that's chilling aura, that's not the icicles. I can remove the tier 3 bonus and you're gonna see the exact same damage numbers. Yeah, you can see the icicles. It just hits. You can see that the icicle just hit next to the goblin. It didn't do damage. Let's show you there. See how many goblins are getting hit and they're not taking damage. And because it's not weapon damage, I guess, it's not getting covered in the right element. Kind of picked a bad map to test this, but yeah, I tested already today, and as you've seen, it just doesn't hit. They don't hit. They fall, but they don't hit. They don't do damage. But I've checked it twice today, and you can see the icicles are falling much more than one per second. Sometimes there would be 2 or 3 icicles falling at the same time. This little bit of damage you're seeing is from large boars and from the chilling aura and from the what's it called, the golem basic attack. So the golem basic attack together with the chilling aura together with large boars is the thing that does that damage. The green color thing is my large boars. I can change the weapon and you're gonna see the color changes. If I put this weapon, it's gonna do red color. Let's show you. So now it's gonna do red color. Just a moment. See, this little bit of damage is the basic attack of the golem. The golem's damage is now in red numbers. So when you see red numbers, it's the golem damage from basic attacks. Where do you see 1000 damage? The 1000 damage I was seeing is the chilling aura. That 1000. See, there were no icicles falling there. My pet is here right now. You're also seeing my pet attacks, so that might confuse you as well. My pet attacks are also in the mix. Let's remove this. Let's put the pet away. The pet kind of, yeah, you need to send the pet away if you're testing this. And look at that, it needs to hit an enemy, it needs to surely hit an enemy. Instead of randomly falling on the ground, this skill needs to randomly hit an enemy with a 100% chance to hit the enemy whenever it falls, just randomly picking one. Because it's just so random, it's not worth it, it's not worth a tier 3 bonus. Because it's barely hitting, if it hits, it's gonna barely hit a target. And in fact, I still can't see it hitting. If I can't see it hitting, then there's definitely not hitting enough. And 2k damage is nice if it does. Let's keep checking. I saw 600. If that's the icicle, it's terrible. Because see, I see it so rarely. I see it so rarely, and the damage is so low, and it's just not hitting every time. And it's not a fun bonus. It's a wasted tier 3 bonus. Alright, let's kill this guy. It definitely is a wasted tier 3 bonus. If I do 1500 and it does 300, I mean, if the chilling aura does 1500 and it does 384 that I saw on a 1500, that means the chilling aura, first of all, we don't know the damage of the chilling aura. And the chilling aura is probably around 100% weapon damage, maybe even less. Because if the golem is doing 4000, if the golem is doing 4000 with 215% weapon damage, and then he's doing like 300 something, 800 something with my buffs, then it's just super bad, super bad. First of all, it barely hits, and second of all, if it hits, it's such a low damage that it's just it's bad. It's bad. One word is enough. Bad. But the golem active is super strong. See, the golem active is amazing. Earlier I hit for 300,000. I hit for 300,000 earlier when my I think the golem active I can make it do 1 million with level 60 items, with buffs and with everything min-maxed. Just as much. Actually, the golem active will do more than 1 million, because I'm pretty sure Absolver can be made to do close to 1 million, and the golem active is better than the Absolver. See, golem active 870% weapon damage at level 10. That's without extra points from skills. And Absolver right now is 569, and I can get Absolver to do like 870% roughly. But that's level 10 Absolver. I'm not talking about level 12 or more Absolver. Yeah, with the Dusk Mage buff. I saw 302,000 earlier with the Light and Dark buff. I can show you. I can show you. It has to crit first, and it has to be with the Light and Dark buff.
You can't cast that spell here.
75,000 non-crit. Come on, crit, crit, crit. Okay, I'm gonna wait to have 2 of those ready. It didn't hit them. 75,000 non-crit. Come on, crit, crit. I'm not getting my pet crit aura. Okay, now it's gonna start critting. The pet crit aura was not triggering. $268,000. And that's with the wrong weapon. 441,000. 441,000 with 4,700 weapon. And you can get a weapon with 8,500. So you can get 1 million damage, roughly. And that's with crit damage. My crit damage is only 256. It's pretty close to 300, but it's not 300. Imagine this on 300 crit damage and 8,500 weapon. You can do 1 million. If I'm doing 440 something. So yeah, he's strong. He's strong, and I can look away from the bad tier 3 bonus if I know my golem does this much damage on activation. I just want, when I first activate and summon the golem, for him to do this 870% weapon damage. Because the first time you activate it, it's super underwhelming because it doesn't do damage on activation. Whereas if you use Drain, if you use Spectral Spider with the bomb and other things, they do damage on their first activation.
Honestly, I think you could do better.
If it doesn't do that damage, then make it do some sort of damage on its first appearance, the first time you summon it. Your biggest crit is 60k. But you're probably playing on Ridiculous, I'm playing on Normal. On Ridiculous, I'm gonna do 30% of this damage. So if I get this guy to do 1 million damage with min-maxed items on Normal, that means on Ridiculous it's only gonna do 290, 300,000, something like that. See, you're doing 70% less damage on Ridiculous compared to Normal and Practice. So those numbers here are the normal numbers. This is nice. 3 skill levels to Ice Golem. There we go. 3 skill levels to Ice Golem. Alright, he's now stronger. He's stronger now. Now he's level 13. So the damage will not show up on the tooltip, but if I go and test it on the dummy with the same items, I'm wondering what's gonna happen. whether I can do more than 440,000 now with those 3 levels, and if yes, how much more with the over leveling. And does the over leveling work for relic skills as well? Another good question. You wanna see the one-handed 8.5k damage weapon? I lost one of those. I lost one of those by dying. So right now I only have one of them. I've got one of them and it's probably in my Realm Master, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe in my Dusk Mage. Oh no, it's on the Flaming Destroyer Sharpshooter maybe. Yesterday I think I took it on the Flaming Destroyer Sharpshooter. But it's a mace, and mace doesn't work well with this build. When I'm level 57 with this hero, which probably would be tomorrow, so it's not we're not gonna be able to see it soon, because I'm gonna be going back to Chaos Bane for a while, and then Godfall. And this build will take a while to get ready, because I'm gonna be busy with other things. So maybe by the time I'm ready to make this in a build video, we might have seen some changes to Coldheart, to some of the other Coldheart things. But yeah, I use the golem not as a summon but as a nuke. I don't care if it dies quickly, I just need it as a nuke. That's why I hope they make it to do damage on the initial cast. Even if it does half of the damage of the slam. Even if it's half of the damage of the slam, so instead of 870, 435. It's still gonna be better than... Oh, I need to kill more goblins for pancakes. Sour XB says, game is cool, but I think it needs some big performance patch. Are you playing on console? If you're playing on old generation consoles, I'm not sure what else they can do to patch the game, but I know that the performance is very bad on console. On PC, I could run this game on maximum settings with my old i5 CPU. So I think on PC it's very well optimized. On old generation consoles, maybe it's the engine, maybe the Unreal Engine is a little bit too much to handle. Although I've played very optimized games on Unreal Engine, and I've seen people playing very optimized console games on YouTube and on streams with the old generation consoles. But yeah, I definitely can feel your pain, because I remember how bad it felt on the first day of first day of early access 6 months ago or so. How bad it was there online. But I'm not sure how much they can optimize this game for the old generation consoles though. If there's something that they can do to greatly increase the performance. It's probably their first console title. I'm not sure if there's people on the team that have played console and that have worked on console titles before. New generation is backwards compatible. In fact, I think they already confirmed that the Xbox is backwards compatible. Don't quote me though. I don't have 100% confirmation, but I remember seeing something about backwards compatibility working or something for the Xbox. This map cannot be completed. And with Sour, the difference in difficulties is basically this is the difference: gear work, potion work, and movement speed. And if you don't care about your badges, if you don't care about the visual representation of the lowest difficulty you have played, if you don't want the lowest difficulty you have played to be anything other than ridiculous, then you wouldn't change. But if you don't care about it, if you don't care what people see next to your name, let's try and find a person. See those people. This guy has played on normal. He never went lower than normal, and the other person as well. Oh no, that was hard. That was not normal, that was hard. So they had that silver badge. Next to my head, people would be seeing the bronze normal badge.
You can't cast that here.
So they would know I have played on some of the lower difficulties. Yeah, if you don't care about cosmetics, just play on whatever difficulty you feel comfortable with. As for next generation, let me quickly look it up. I'm gonna quickly check on the official Discord, and I think it was somewhere in social feed or something. Let me just look it up into the official Discord. I'm even gonna share my screen to look up for next gen info. So search in channel next gen maybe. Okay, let's write Xbox. Well, I can't confirm it. I'm pretty sure I read it somewhere, but I don't know where. I'm really not sure where it might have been. It's probably in announcements or maybe social feed. It's probably best to ask, but they mentioned something about backwards compatible. Let's look up backwards Okay. Someone said, yeah, it's backward compatible, man. Frame rate ain't great, but it works. What? That was mentioned. That was mentioned in reply to this person. Where is his comment? His original comment. Well, I don't see his original comment that they applied to. It probably was... Well, in any case, I think it could be backwards compatible, but again, I don't know. It's much better if you just try and ask again. Maybe someone would know the question in chat. But yeah, I hope it works as backwards compatible, because many people would be upgrading. It's a huge leap in the performance, in the technology from the old and new generation consoles. And I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a huge number of people upgrading from one to the next. This didn't have enough pancakes, so I'm gonna do this one. If you need shorter loading times, play on single player. But if you play on single player, you won't be able to ever use those heroes in multiplayer. But in single player, the loading time is so quick when you have it installed on an SSD. It's like a second loading time, sometimes 2 seconds. Before you can even blink, it's already loaded in single player. When they had some problems with the servers the other day, I played a little bit on single player. And yeah, again, the same with me. I don't play single player because I want to play co-op every now and then. And that's the problem. I'm not sure why their netcode works in such a way that the loading time is so bad. It's obviously server-sided things. When one server is communicating with another server which is communicating with you, this needs to be optimized in some way. Because it doesn't seem normal to take this long if the single player loading is super quick. By the way, I saw that he said he deleted his first char. Why did you delete it though? Did you feel like you're never gonna play this hero again? If it was overpowered or underpowered, keep in mind they can always try and rebalance things eventually. Until you run out of character slots, there probably won't be need to delete any. And you've got up to 13 character slots on the online and another 13 on the offline. I hope they increase the character slots to 20 though. I really want to see 20 character slots. So I can have one of each. One of each class with each relic. Wow. Oh, I forgot to test if my golem does more damage. Some rage, some rage. I feel you, man. I've got some. I'm also ragey. I'm also ragey at times. My rage gets the best of me sometimes as well, especially with games, especially when it comes to wood, because I'm an item whore, and yeah, I get pretty tilted and bitter and salty and sour at the same time sometimes. I mean, when I quit Path of Exile, every time I rage quit Path of Exile, every time I go back into the game and rage quit after 2 weeks, I delete. I drop my items on the ground and then exit. I'm not gonna delete the hero, but I'm gonna drop the gear to make sure I don't return back. It's not that it's hard to learn. It's just the builds that are meta are super boring as fuck. And I wanted to play builds that are not so meta, but those builds die super easy. And I was actually following other people's guides on the forums. Proper upvoted, used up builds and things like that. In any case, yeah. It's just not my game. It's not my game. It's not my game, and I don't think it ever will be. I'm probably gonna try Path of Exile 2 when it comes out, but it's gonna have the same problems Path of Exile does. It's still gonna be super grindy, it's still gonna be too punishing, and it still want me to be a zombie instead of a human being playing the game. So I'm still not gonna play it. I want games that value your time, that know that time is precious and are not as grindy as hell. I really hope Godfall falls into the category of games that value your time. So far, all the things I've seen about Godfall hint towards the developers valuing my time. So I'm really hoping I don't get disappointed from Godfall. We'll see. 3 days left until Godfall launches. Until then, we can only hope it ends up being great. I also hope I actually can run it and stream at the same time. If I can't stream it, well, not much I can do. I don't play games I can't stream. Only every now and then, but I try to only focus on games I can stream. And if my PC just can't run the game and stream it at the same time, well, Godfall might have to wait until I buy myself a new GPU. We'll see. We'll see how it is when it comes out. What's my lowest defense? Should I get poison? Let's get poison. I really need upgrades for some of my items. I'm assuming there won't be any high level items here, but I just want to check in case. Yeah, there are no high level items here that I can grab. Kronk or Psora? Kronk is easier than Psora. Psora is more annoying, she has so many spawns. If you don't have good AoE, Psora is just not the best choice. Kronk is probably one of the easiest mini bosses you can get. He's very easy to learn his pattern, and see, I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna choose Kronk. Now, streaming is not triggering whack or delays. At least internet-wise, it's not my internet speed that suffers when I stream that much, because it can handle my internet speed. Upload and download can handle streaming. But streaming can be taxing on your CPU and on your GPU. Right now, my streaming software is using 21% CPU, and my total system is using 37-40% CPU. So the most CPU usage is going towards OBS, because I'm not using NVIDIA encoding. I'm not encoding with my video card. Main reason to buy this CPU, so I can lower the load on my GPU. And it's using 5% of my GPU right now. My streaming software. So 20% CPU, 5% GPU. And when it comes to temperatures, where can I check those? Just a moment. I think the temperatures are pretty nice when I play this game. Would Ryzen Master show me the temperatures of my GPU? Probably not. Probably need to start something else. I think my IQ shows me the temperatures. Yeah, okay, IQ shows me the temperatures. So let's try and show it. I'm gonna try and add it at window capture, hardware, at the, there we go. See, this is my temperatures right now. So it's not bad. Honestly, it's not terrible. CPU at 60 degrees, GPU at 66. And yeah, when I get a new memory, I think with the new memory, even with the shitty old GPU, Hopefully on the lowest settings I can run Godfall and stream it at the same time. I just still haven't decided if I want 3600 memory with CL16 or 3200 with CL14. It's gonna be one or the other. I just still can't decide what I want more. Faster memory with slower timing or slower memory with tighter timing. I just can't decide which one would be better for me. I've watched so many videos and I read so many guides. I think I watched too many videos and read too many guides and totally got myself overwhelmed. And oh, vampirism, finally. Bald Eagle. First time I'm getting the Bald Eagle. And West Sour, I'm not sure what you're asking about console Twitch app. Console Twitch app. Do you mean there's a Twitch app for console that you're using to watch or to stream? And Terry hates Squawk Quo Plague Bearer, makes him rage. And yeah, the Torchlight universe graphics are definitely fun. Westar tries to stream this game, but the app sucks. So with I'm assuming he meant that with console Twitch app streaming sucks with this game. Yeah, I guess if the game is requiring a lot of resources from the console and you have old generation console, it would suck. But with the new generation consoles, I don't think people would have problems. They are so powerful. I mean, they're so much more powerful than my machine, the new consoles. Let's try and find another Plague Bear, not Plague Bear, another Gauntlet map. Terry the tank is on stage level 31. Nice. Congrats. I need to find myself a hotspot. This is a very interesting layout for a gauntlet map. I think if I find a good hotspot, even though it's not goblins and it's automatons, I still think it can be very beneficial to me for leveling. All I need is two good hotspots with a lot of spawns. This one is not it. Pretty little spawns here. No, it doesn't seem like it could be a great map. If I get two hotspots, perfect, but doesn't seem like there's hotspots here. Okay. Quest completed. Maybe I should just leave them up and do a new one after this one. Come on.
You can't cast that.
Let's keep moving. Yeah, I'm gonna complete this map. It was not great. I had better hopes for this map in regards to spawn density. Oh, red dragon link. Nice. 2 legendary pets, one after the other. That's pretty strange. And both of them with vampirism. Pretty strange. So now I've got all the skills finally unlocked. So let's do this test again. With level 13 golem, I want to see if I can do more than 440,000 damage. $136,000. My buff is gonna end. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try again in a moment. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put them in such a way where the golem can be in between them. Need to slow them for the extra 10% damage. 136k, come on golem. 441k, so the golem doesn't get extra bonus damage from the bonus levels. The golem level caps at level 10 and I get no bonus damage on it. So whether it's golem level 10 or 10 plus 3 makes no difference to the damage to me. At least when I tested, I didn't change my weapon. I didn't get anything that gives me crit damage or damage. So the only thing that changed was this helmet, replaced with this helmet, which is the 3 levels to golem. So this golem cannot be over leveled, at least for now. Another thing I learned today, I like learning things like that. The weird science of Torchlight 3. So yeah, stacking more than level 10, but that means I can remove, with such a helmet, I can still remove 3 points from the golem and put them elsewhere. So it's still not a bad thing. It just means those points over level 10 are wasted unless you remove the points. And this makes me want to test other things like Absolver. I'm gonna test Absolver next. Can I get more damage if I outlevel it? When I level up, I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna try putting 1 more point in Absolver. See if I get more damage. Because people were telling me I can get more damage, and I blindly trusted people. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I should have tested it, because I put it in some of my guides now, in some of the newer guides. that over leveling is possible and it will give you extra damage, even though it doesn't show up on the tooltip. But I just confirmed that the golem doesn't work. Let's see if the Dusk Mage skills can outlevel, even if the golem can't. Let's see. Okay. Wait, did I just get fame drops when my pet died? Or was there just an elite I didn't see there? Yeah, there's still broken things in the Coldheart relic, especially with the golem, with the aura and other things. Okay, just a moment, had to mute myself for a second. Okay, let's just keep going. Come on, golem, come on, kill it, kill it. Boom, big damage. But yeah, the nuke of the golem is my favorite thing of the. After Ice Shield. Ice Shield is my favorite skill in the Coldheart relic, but the golem nuke is my second favorite thing. If Snowstorm tier 3 worked, that would be my favorite thing, but unfortunately it doesn't. At least not right now. When is the Chaos Bane update out? I have no idea. Would it be at midnight? Would it be earlier? If it's at midnight, I will check. I will actually check later tonight at midnight. It's probably gonna be midnight UK time, which should be 2 AM my time. And if that's it, I probably will forget. We'll see. But most likely it will be tomorrow around noon, afternoon, because they're French. The developers are French, so probably they would update at the time Steam updates happen normally, which is around 5, 6 or 4 PM UK time, I think, or something like that. I'm not sure how it goes, but normally their updates have been around that time. If we were to look at the Warhammer Chaosbane update history, let's go on Steam, Warhammer Chaosbane. Let's check the time at which they posted events. The poster about the Tower of Chaos. Oh no, the post about the Witch Hunter is 4:30 PM EET, my time, Eastern European time. If I check the other posts in events, let me share my browser, by the way. So if we look at this, the Tower of Chaos patch notes. I actually need to open it in a new tab to see the time. 7 PM EEST. That is 7 PM EEST is 6 PM my time. 6 p.m. my time, which is 4 p.m. UK time. And another patch before that, let's check another patch, Kiwa. The forges are open. Let's check this one. When they patched Kiwa, it was 3 p.m. EET. 3 p.m. EET, which is my time, 3 p.m. which is 1 p.m. UK time. So I guess any time between noon UK and maybe late afternoon UK time is probably when I would predict if they were to ask me regarding what time. I can't know, but that's my guess. That's just my guess. Okay, let's go back into the game. You might check it out tomorrow. Okay. I'm definitely gonna play it tomorrow. In fact, I'm probably gonna set up on a warm clock. I normally don't keep a warm clock unless I need to wake up early. I'm also expecting delivery. I ordered LED bulbs, LED. I ordered LED white bulbs for my streaming setup with 5000 Kelvin temperature. It took a while to find in my country something that sells low wattage 5000 Kelvin light bulbs LED. Those I ordered are like 6 watts 6 watts LED lights, and I'm gonna put one at the top of my room and 2 in front of me from the left and right side. Maybe if the one at the top on the ceiling doesn't shine as brightly as I want it, I could probably replace it. But I wanted to buy cheap light bulbs first. Those cost like €1.20, the ones I got. They were discounted from like €5 to €1.20, which is pretty decent. Price. That's why I got 4 of them, even though I need just 3. Okay. I wanna test this one. This one probably can become strong when enchanted. And chance to shock doesn't seem too bad. I don't think it can get better than my pistol though. I don't think it can. So I'm expecting delivery. They didn't call me or tell me that it's coming tomorrow. So most likely it's not. And it's coronavirus, so even if it's late, it's expected, I guess. And once my PC parts are here and I change my PC case, the only thing stopping me from streaming with the camera would be the lack of green screen. That's gonna be the last piece of the puzzle. Because with my new PC case, I will be able to use my camera without gimping the resolution. Okay, what should I get now with the next points? Probably another energizer point and another. Is it bugged or? I think that's a bug. It's not letting me. Wait, did the server disconnect or something? Well, let's try and level up something else. No, it's not letting me. I think the server might have disconnected. Oh wow, it's rubber bending. Wow. Okay, let me check my WAC. Let me check my ping. My ping right now is 68 ping only. So why and what is happening? Let's do this then. And I'm gonna try and enchant this weapon. Let's enchant. I'm gonna enchant this Digitus with hot and cold. and try and get it to do some FWAT damage. Still not as strong. I mean, is 200 damage worth chance to shock in traditional boats on a non-shocking build? I can test playing with it for a little. 200 FWAT damage for the price of chance to shock. If I was playing on Electrode, I definitely, without thinking twice, I would have just equipped the lesser damage weapon, but with the chance to shock, because it would have been a huge DPS boost. Not sure on this build though. Terry the Tank says, here in the UK you're in lockdown. Oh right, everywhere in the UK? I remember reading something about Boris Johnson kind of ordering lockdown for etc. region, etc. When I'm on Twitter, somehow Twitter recommends to me some things like that, and I only read the title. I don't click on them, but I read the title of some sort of advertisement or suggested tweet or whatever. I normally don't spend too much time on Twitter though. I only go on Twitter when I need to post something about my streams or builds. But yeah, I remember reading something about lockdowns. So does that mean you can't even go to the store? You can't even go to the grocery store? Like for example Asda, Tesco, Sainsbury's, etc. Or can you still go at least to the stores? Oh, it's open, okay. Not really sure what open means, but okay, I'm assuming you can still go to the shops. Come on. Double HP map. So yeah, they're taking twice the hits to get wrecked. Alright, let's move. They're so beefy on a double HP map. What's the time, by the way? 9:58 p.m. Alright, we've got like half an hour at best. Not much more. But still, I'm level 54, probably would be 55, 56 by then. And this hero would have to be completed and finished eventually at a later time with Warhammer Chaos Bane patching tomorrow, and then Godfall coming soon. I've been waiting for the Witch Hunter in Warhammer Chaos Bane for ages, ever since the game launched. My wish was for a Witch Hunter to be the next hero. Then we got Kiwa, and I wasn't disappointed because it was a fun hero and I had a lot of fun playing Kiwa, the engineer. But I started wanting the Witch Hunter even more then. I was like, alright, we got the engineer now, it's definitely time for the Witch Hunter. And I guess I finally got what I wished for, a Witch Hunter in Warhammer Chaos Bane. Can't wait to see how fun he is. The good thing is Kiwa was very well balanced for Chaos Temp content. And the trend has been the new thing to be well balanced for the new content, but the old heroes to not be that greatly balanced. I hope they don't increase the chaos levels again and keep pushing, raising the bar, because it's boring. It's boring if they constantly keep adding new difficulty stages and stuff. That requires more rebalancing of the old things. I hope they have rebalanced Elessa as well. I will make sure to later on check my Elessa to see if she has been improved, but the best thing would be to read the patch notes. If there were some improvements to Elessa there, they most likely will be in the patch notes, I guess. But yeah, Elessa was really in need, with the Forges update and the Tower of Chaos update, Elessa was still in need of more rebalancing. The other heroes had decent builds for Chaos 9 and Chaos 10 pushing, but Elessa was super severely underpowered. She could do Chaos 9, but super slowly and super boring and painfully. Chaos 8 was probably her limit for decently quick runs. So I hope the new hero is very well balanced and can do Chaos 10 and 9 with the right items and the right builds. Oh yeah, there is a... What do you mean by new HU? New HU? That kind of can't understand what you mean. Do you mean by new hub? The expanded hubs? There's also video. I can show you a video of someone playing the expanded hub. Just a moment, I'm gonna share it in chat. So there's a video of someone playing the Xbox Series S with Eontier, and you can see the new Act 1 city with the dummies, with the test dummies, damage dummies. If that's what you were referring to when you said new HU. The new... Oh yeah, you just check the video and you're gonna see what they mean. So there's some NPCs with some random voice lines. See, this guy was low level. And at low level, even if there were some NPCs to unlock for crafting and things like that, we wouldn't know. If this guy were to upload again some more footage of the game later on, once he has reached the end game, once he have completed the game, to see if there are some sort of new options to the blacksmith, etc., to the collector's guild, I mean. And there's a lot of things I want to check, and tomorrow we will know, we will find out. But yeah, the game, it looks like they spent some time. I'm not sure whether it was well spent time um, improving the hubs when they might have maybe spent the same time designing new things like new weapons and designing new enemies. Although they said there will be new enemies, which is good, but I would like to see new enemies for the old zones as well. I would like to see new map layouts for all old maps as well, because they felt so repetitive, so similar. The same thing happens to Torchlight 3. The map layouts, even though some things are randomized, they still feel so similar. But again, this game has just launched less than a month ago. Chaos Bane has launched a year and a few months ago, year and 4 months ago or so. Was June. So it makes sense for this game to not have as much enemies and as much map variety as one might want when it launches. But eventually this game will get improved because they're constantly adding new enemies and improving certain things. In fact, they've removed some of the maps that we had in the alpha, because most likely they're probably reworking them and making some layouts, especially with the Hivit. With the Hivit we have the exact same map, the exact same looking map, even though they improved the randomness of the Hivit maps to have more twists and turns, not be just one straight line, then a T-junction or a cross junction. They added more junctions and more dead ends, but it's exactly the same type. We used to have at least 2-3 different layouts for Hivit dungeons before, during the alpha. Fuck, I started dropping items that I can't wear, meaning I'm dropping potions I can't use. I need to go back to the lower levels. I'm already fighting level 58 enemies? 57 enemies dropping 58 items. That's interesting. Yeah, those shock bolts are definitely fun. I think they were worth losing a little bit of DPS for them. I'm the walking entropy. And my pet as well. The walking freezing entropy. Need to kill how many more goblins? 8 more goblins. Alright. There should be 8 here. Is that it? One more. There we go. And Emperor Twinkie says, is this game worth 40 bucks? Well, that depends what you expect in a game. For many people it's not worth it, for me it is worth it, but I'm a bit of a fanboy of this game because I've played it for so long and I've seen how much it changed, how much it has improved ever since the alpha. So right now it might be very whacking in regards to endgame. So there's only one endgame activity and it could be a little bit boring to the average person. But if you remove that from the equation and consider that eventually we're gonna get more endgame, the build variety, the build diversity is the biggest bonus of this game. And Bodis, thank you very much Bodis for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. So with this game you probably have more than 200 different builds to experiment with, because you have five subclasses and 4 main classes. That's 20 possible archetypes, and on each archetype you can probably make like 10 different builds right now, with the amount of items that you have in the game and with the amount of skills, class and subclass skills and passives. So yeah, 200 builds is easy to make in this game right now. That would play and feel differently. Sometimes they would play the same but feel different. Sometimes they would feel the same but play differently. So there's definitely going to be some sort of difference depending on the class and the subclass and which skills you take and which items you take to modify some skills, which items you put in the legendarium. But the biggest 2 problems of this game right now are the lack of endgame diversity, you only have 1 activity, and the lack of itemization options. Item customization options maybe is the best way to say it. You can't reroll your affixes, you can't change one item to another. In general, that might become a little bit grindy trying to min-max something in this game. But it's still not as grindy as, for example, trying to get an OP item in Path of Exile that could take you hundreds of hours and still not get it, and still not be able to make it. Okay, I'm gonna have to go down the levels a little, so I stop getting higher than me level enemies. Maybe I can do... Let's do this gear lucky one. If you played Torchlight 2, this game is very different from Torchlight 2. If you played Torchlight 2 with mods, this game probably doesn't have as much to offer. But in my opinion, vanilla Torchlight 2 when it launched was not as fun as this game. This game has very good freedom of choices when it comes to making your build. It's not as restrictive. It's not outdated. The skill system is very new. It's not like Diablo 2 style skill system where you have to put points into one skill to unlock the next one. But we did have this like a year ago. The skill system looked like a Diablo 2 kind of style skill tree. But now, after feedback, they reworked so many things so many times. In general, not everyone likes that game. I agree, it's not everyone's cup of tea. And many people say it's different than Torchlight 2 and they don't like the differences. But I personally love the differences. I love the freedom this game gives me in regards to some things. For example, Torchlight 2's enchanting system was a little bit too difficult to get an amazing weapon with the enchants. But one great thing I liked about Torchlight 2 was items that get stronger as you kill a certain number of enemies to unlock a certain powerful affix. So, for example, you have to kill 1000 goblins and this weapon becomes stronger. I really liked those types of weapons there. That was very fun getting such items. This game doesn't have such items. But it has legendary powers and it has the legendarium, which if you've played Diablo 3, it's like the Kanai cube. You can swap powers of certain legendary items you found, and combined with the items you're wearing, you get certain combos. Okay, how am I doing with Mapworks? I've got 20 Mapworks portals. I think it's time for me to do some Mapworks portals. Wait, did the time go back? Wasn't earlier 9:58 and now it's 9:53? Or am I blind? And T-Fox Poogie. T-Fox Poogie, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Stroke Club to you as well. And yes, buy areas, they are sets. They are sets. Each set has 6 pieces. But you don't need all 6 pieces. You only need 3 pieces. Let me demonstrate. See, this one gives me 1 to dark skill levels. And if I remove this, it only gives me 1. But if I put this, I have 1, 2, 3 pieces. And I get 2 dark skill levels. This one gives me 1 light skill levels. If I remove the helmet, it only gives me 1. If I put the helmet and I have 3 pieces, it gives me +2. This one gives me a bonus buff for my harmonic form. And with the set bonus, it becomes stronger. And those boots, for example, they would. I've actually got those boots in my Legendarium. And the way Legendarium works with sets is if you have 3 pieces of the set equipped, and you have a Legendarium item from the same set, you get the set bonus as well. So you can see my Celestial Pants give me damage buff increased 50%, and then they also give me mana regeneration buff increased from harmonic form. If I were to remove this thing, now you can see my Legendarium things, they don't benefit from the bonus here. This one doesn't get the mana infused restores twice as much. This one doesn't give me harmonic form. So you have to wear 3 pieces of the set to get the most out of it. That's how it works. And I love this. It's not like Diablo where you need the full set to make some skill super overpowered and then only use builds for that set, for that skill. So Chaos Bane, for example, is doing it exactly the Diablo style. Get that set, it gives you a stronger version of a certain skill, and then you use that skill, the heroic version of that skill, and make a build around it. And it's a little bit boring, it removes a lot of freedom of the choices when it comes to items. So you can mix and match blue items with legendary, one set with another. The best situation right now would be 3 pieces of the new set, the Ancient Ember set equipped, 3 pieces of your class set. Every class has 1 set, such as the Celestial set I'm wearing right now for Dusk Mage. So the best way to build when they fix certain things would be 3 Ancient Ember and 3 class set pieces. So you can benefit from those bonuses. And I'm glad that that the information helped you one way or another. It definitely sounds fun, and they're definitely doing things differently than... See, for example, some of the people who made this game have worked on Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 World of Destruction. Some of them even worked in Diablo 1. Some of the people who worked in this game worked on Marvel Heroes as well. And it's very easy if you copy paste what you've done in Diablo 1 or Diablo 2 or Torchlight 1 and 2 or in Marvel Heroes. It's easy to copy paste what you've done, but it's not easy to try and do something else, something different, something you've not done yourself in your previous projects. And I admire them for trying to do things differently, to experiment. There was a lot of experimenting during alpha and beta. Things have settled down, but that still doesn't mean they won't change things when they and us, the community, don't think those things work the best they could. They're already reworking one of the heroes, the Forged hero, after feedback post-launch, and actually that was after feedback before the launch. Even before the game launched. Okay, this crashed. The game just crashed. Let me quickly send the thing. So even before the game launched, they knew the feedback from us. They knew, okay, people are not enjoying this class as much. Maybe we can figure out a way to make it more fun, more enjoyable to play. And they're already working that one class, the Forged class. I think this map is the map that still keeps crashing. I remember there was this one map in the Act 3 that always crashes. It's been a while since I've seen this. And Xeni Wuom, thank you very much for being here. Welcome, Xeni Wuom, to you. Hello. Okay, let's do another Mapworks. I just need levels, so I'm doing Mapworks to catch up on the levels. Because otherwise I'm doing level 58 enemies on 55 hero. Okay, I can finally spend that 1 point I couldn't spend earlier. Okay, let's do map. Okay, loading. The Fazir, really? I'm seeing the Fazir when loading into a Mapworks portal. That seemed like it shouldn't be there as a loading screen when you're not loading into a Fazir map. It's no biggie though, I really don't care much. It just sticks out seeing the Fazir when loading into a Mapworks portal. Unless the Fazir is behind those Mapworks portal. Unless it's his side business providing the contracts NPCs, whoever sends us those rewards. Maybe he provides them with those special Mapworks scrolls. Maybe he's the boss of those Mapworks portals. He's got a scroll making business. Let's see. Let's keep moving. Oh, what has my golem been doing here? I've been fighting on the other end of the map and the golem was just chilling there. No pun intended, but yeah, he was just chilling there. He likes to chill. Okay, I wanna go there. There's gonna be something I'm missing there. And Terry says, what do you think of the arc powered? Any good? Well, I liked the shoulders before. Now that the dark powered shoulders require me to put them on my skill bar, I don't like them anymore. They're not worth a skill bar slot in my opinion. They were much more useful before the change. But they're not worth a skill bar slot for me at least. I like the arc powered legs, but they're changing. The arc powered legs, we still don't know what they're gonna put there. Because the arc powered legs bonus is going to the ancient ember pants. And the arc powered pants are getting a new bonus with the next patch. They were supposed to get it with this one, but maybe it was not ready or maybe something went wrong. I can only guess. For now I enjoyed that the arc powered pants give me the bonus they used to give before, because I haven't found the ancient ember ones, which are the ones that are supposed to give you this bonus now. And yeah, there's some other things like the arc powered boots that are not that terrible, that are still okay. But the pants and the shoulders used to be my favorite ones to use before. And now it's only the pants until they change them. Xeni Worm says, is the game playable hardcore or do you get one shot randomly like in Torchlight 2? Well, if you stack enough defenses, you can definitely avoid getting one shot. But there are some problems with some defense stacking. After a certain point you start losing defense instead of getting. So, for example, with 60,000 defense or 65,000 defense, I get a certain number, and then when I get to 70 something thousand, I stop getting the same number of damage reduction and it starts going down. It's hard to show you right now, but this is the number I'm talking about. So if this number is... Shit, I almost died. If this number is at like 60, 70,000, let's say this is 70,000 and I take it to 77. And let's say here it says 68% damage prevented, then it goes back down to 65, which is a bug. But if you have this at 60% and everything is at 60% and the physical defense is at least 45%, you should be able to survive. And there's a lot of things that give you damage reduction. For example, there's Skittering Shoulders, an item that you can equip on your skill bar to get a buff that gives you an AoE field on the ground for damage reduction. There's one subclass that's centered around healing, the Blood Drinker. It also has an active skill with damage reduction and healing. And there are things like the Forge. The Forge has very good defensive abilities. The Railmaster also can get some decent defensive things, especially with Shield Car. And there's a new item that will resurrect you if you die. New item coming very soon that would allow you to summon an alpaca, a spectral alpaca, the same alpaca as mine, the healing alpaca in a way. With it doesn't heal, but actually it does heal. With the pet skill it does heal. But yeah, the one with the medic kind of hat and backpack. And there's gonna be a spectral version of this that you summon, and it's gonna shoot something like this, but 3 projectiles and smaller at enemies, and it's gonna have a long cooldown. And if you die while this one is up, it resurrects you. This item they made the other day, live on stream, as a part of the charity event, the Extra Life Extra charity event. So I think it's playable in hardcore, especially with the Blood Drinker and especially with Railmaster or Forged, Melee Forged, when you're stacking damage reduction, when you're using things like the Skittering Shoulders, and when you're focusing on defense rather than offense as your main priority while leveling up. And especially if you're not playing on Ridiculous, you're gonna be doing more damage, you're gonna be taking less damage. On Ridiculous things become a little bit, well, ridiculous. You do only 30% of your damage to bosses on Ridiculous. So that's 70% less damage you do. And you're welcome. As well, thanks for just being on my stream, 21, on YouTube and Twitch. Thanks for watching my content. By the way, I've got some builds on my website to anyone who wants to look at those, but I don't have hardcore builds. I mean, probably some of the builds are viable for hardcore. I'm not the player to ask for hardcore builds. I can give you some ideas, but I can't tell you, hey, I've tested this, it works. But I can definitely tell you what's good to test, what's good to try. I definitely can say that the Blood Drinker and Bane are the more defensive relics. This one also is not bad. Ice Shield gives you 3 sources of damage prevented. This gives you 1 source of damage prevented every between 70 and 35 seconds. 35 seconds seems like a little bit too much, but it's still not bad because that's total prevention of the damage. But I still prefer healing and percent damage reduction buff over that one. And yeah, Skittering Shoulders are definitely an item that gives you 50% damage reduction. And by the way, damage reduction caps at 90%. You cannot get more than 90% damage reduction. And that's not this damage prevented, it's the regular damage reduction. Like, I can't show you right now because I don't have the item. I can try and show you later, but let's do another map in the meantime. But yeah, there are certain skills that you can use that give you 50% damage reduction. And that used to be additive, now it's multiplicative, but the way it's displayed on the screen is very weird, because you can see 70 and 50 and then another 50 separate, and you don't know how does this calculate. Instead of using the total damage prevented, the total damage reduction number, now you see all different sources separately, and I don't know if they even work now when you see them in such a way. See, when you hit an enemy with a melee basic attack, you get 50% damage reduction. And this one, you can see here 50% damage reduction. But you have to hit with a melee attack or a melee skill. And on some heroes this goes to 70% by investing some points into a certain passive skill. That's the Realm Master and Forged. Those have a skill that if you take to tier 2, meaning you need level 6 of the skill, which can be reached by spending 4 points and getting 2 points from a quest set, for example. And that gives you 70% of the total 90% cap. And if you take some other skills, and whether it's from a quest skill, from a sub-quest skill, for an item, you can still reach the 90% cap of damage reduction. And if you add some healing, if you add some good defenses, then yeah, things become better. Also for hardcore players, there's a system called Wife Bound. Look at this item. Now I can take something called Wife Bound Scroll and make this item 20% better. But if I die, this item is lost forever. And Wife Bound works on anything but legendary, so it works on white, green and blue items. And if you die, you lose this item. But if you're playing hardcore, well, you don't die. You either die or you either die and it's over, and you don't care about losing an item because you lose the whole hero, or you just don't die and benefit from this extra 20% stat bonus. So for hardcore, Wife Bound is a blessing. It's amazing for hardcore. You would want to be life binding your gear, because that's 20% extra on the stats on the item. So you definitely want to wife bind everything that you can if you're playing hardcore. I normally only wife bind my items that are weapons. Sometimes I would wife bind a chest armor or something like that. But I play softcore and I expect to die every now and then. I'm not a big fan of the current wife bound system. Honestly, I wish it was a durability system. And let's say you die on ridiculous and you lose all the durability of the item, and you can't use it until you repair it. But then you spend some resources that you farm, some consumables or whatever, and then you repair the item. And let's say you play on a lower difficulty, then you don't lose all the durability. Maybe on hard, which is in the middle, you lose 50% of the durability. Maybe on painful you lose 75% of the durability. And then to repair it, you use less items, less consumables, less resources to repair the item. I think that would be much more fun as a system, and it would add more things to farm and more ways to spend maybe some of the resources that the game gives us. Especially if you take some of the wood, metal and brick resources and make those something we use. Or they can be a new consumable, like a blessed hammer or a magic anvil or whatever you want to call it. Something that's used to repair stuff. Repair kit. Maybe you can even just go this way and call it a repair kit. I think that would be much more fun than the current system, but that's just my opinion, and I'm pretty sure the majority of people prefer the current wife bound system. The old wife bound system I liked much more. The old wife bound system is you find the item already wife bound and then you use the scroll to make the item retain the 20% stats but not be wife bound anymore. And I like this much more. It was less punishing. But yeah, they rebalanced it because they thought it's too overpowered to find those strong items. Everyone wanted to use wife bound all the time. And back then you could even wife bound legendaries. I mean, I understand not being able to wife bound legendaries. It's fine. Right now some stats that drop on blue items don't drop on yellow, on orange items. And that's not fine, and that's not supposed to be that way. That's why right now some blue items are much stronger than the legendary counterparts, in particular weapons, chest and leg armors. And even boots can be a little bit stronger with certain affixes for certain builds, if you wear a blue one opposed to the legendary. But if they fix it, if they improve every single affix on a blue item to roll on a legendary one, then legendary items would be the only thing I wear. So hopefully they fix it soon, because there are some very fun things you can do with 3 pieces of one legendary set and 3 pieces of another legendary set, and just combining all those special powers. I like it when in games there's this one best rarity of items, and you just wanna farm it. I'd much rather prefer that instead of making sure that every single rarity is equally strong and has its own strengths. For example, in Grim Dawn it fits. In Grim Dawn it fits to have green items with the infrequence being pretty strong, and to have blue items having something special that you can get on legendary items. But in this game, I don't know, the way it's designed right now, I don't think it would fit to make the green items as strong as the legendary items. The legendaries would lose its strength. It would lose the appeal of legendary gear if you do something like the monster infrequency in Grim Dawn. I understand to make the blue items have something that legendaries don't, to be attractive in builds, just as attractive as legendaries. But with green items it might be a little bit of taking it too far. And Seni Loom says people complain that the game is point and click, but I have the feeling that they're playing on low difficulty, which can be no challenge. On Steam only less than 2% finish the higher difficulty on Torchlight 2. Oh yeah. I mean, this game it's not really point and click. Yeah, with certain builds it becomes easy. Even on ridiculous, when you max out things, it can be very easy with certain builds, when you optimize things. But when you start pushing the bullet sponges, it's not gonna be very point and click. Because yeah, you have to dodge stuff, you have to avoid getting hit, you have to stack healing, damage reduction, defenses. You have to consider how to do your damages. Sometimes you have to do rotations. Some skills are obviously overpowered compared to others, and are the obvious choice for people. But the difference is not that huge. In most cases, even the shittiest build in this game can complete the end game. It's just gonna take 2, 3, 4, 5 times longer to reach 251 in the Fazier on a shitty build compared to on a meta build. But at least you know it will still be able to do it. Terry is thinking of dropping Cyclone and going back to Rapid. Well, that's not a bad choice. I mean, it's not gonna be a terrible choice. It all depends on what you prefer. The spinning AoE, or do you want the frontal cone bunches of punches? So spin to win or bunches of punches. Both are fun. Honestly, both are fun. And it's super easy. You remove 4 points from Cyclone, put them into Rapid. Or remove 4 points from Rapid, put them into Cyclone, while retaining 4 points in the other for the passive tier 2 bonus. So yeah, that's the easiest thing to change. Because I think every Rapid Strike build needs 4 points into Cyclone, and every Cyclone build needs 4 points into Rapid. 4 points plus the 2 bonus to get the 6 of the level. This is probably gonna be my, yeah, this is definitely gonna be my final map of the day. Because it's 19 past 10. We've got like 10 minutes roughly. But tomorrow I will be streaming Warhammer Chaos Bane, the new DLC, the Witch Hunter DLC. So if you guys are on the fence, wondering whether you should buy the new DLC or not, you would be able to see me stream it, give you some feedback regarding what I think this skill does, whether I think it's balanced. It's probably gonna take me around 4 or 5 hours to level up the hero, unless someone power levels me. But even then I'm still gonna need to complete the story to get certain things unlocked, certain passive skills. I'm probably gonna start leveling up with the Tomb Kings DLC, or no, actually I'm gonna start leveling with the new DLC. I'm gonna start leveling with the new DLC to see the new zones, then do the Tomb Kings DLC so I can get Hero of the Desert as a passive, and then maybe move on to Forges and then the main story, the main campaign. So I'm gonna kind of do it in reverse order, almost. I'm gonna do Act 7, then Act 5, then Act 6, and then Acts 1, 2, 3 and 4. I can't wait to see how strong it is. The day after tomorrow, on the 11th, I would definitely have reached max level endgame, maybe farmed a set or two for the hero and be able to tell you how it feels. I'm gonna check later today whether the game is, the patch has landed. I'm gonna keep my Steam open for the evening to see if there's a notification. But most likely the patch will be noon UK time, afternoon UK time tomorrow. Most likely. But even if I'm streaming Chaos Bane, I can still give you some advice, some hints about Torchlight 2 build, Torchlight 3 builds, things like that. And Terry the Tank, Uppercut has been buffed, and Uppercut is not a bad choice. Keep in mind Uppercut builds a lot of heat. If you use Uppercut, you're gonna need another Venter. You're gonna need things like Fracking Strike or Furnace Blast. You're gonna need a second vent skill. Unless you have cooldown reduction for Vortex Bomb, and your Vortex Bomb is like 2 seconds or lower. See, if Vortex Bomb is like 1.8, 1.6 seconds, yeah, one Vortex Bomb for venting is enough. But just Vortex Bomb for venting when using Uppercut is not gonna be enough, because it builds heat very quickly. You wanna try Uppercut because you've got AoE? Yeah, definitely something very fun to try. Drain for AoE and Uppercut for single. And Murillo Gonzalez? I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but thank you very much, dude, if you're watching, for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. I really hope tomorrow's DLC is just not too expensive, because I really want to be able to afford to afford both the Chaosbane DLC and the deluxe edition of what's its name of Godfall when it comes on the 12th. I mean, if YouTube transfers my money from last month tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, definitely it would be nice. That means I would have enough bucks to get both of them. We'll see. We'll see. If 86 euro would be enough for the 79.99 euro deluxe edition and for the new DLC. The worst case, I've got some alternative options that I can do. So tomorrow we will find out. My guess is the DLC won't be more than 10 bucks, than 10 euro, $10, depending on the region. Because that's how much the Tomb King's DLC was.
You can't cast that.
If that's the case, my second option should work.
I make no promises.
Okay, I think that's gonna be it. I think that's gonna be it for now. I'm gonna have to stop because it's 10:24, so almost 10:30. But there's gonna be again Chaosbane tomorrow, more Torchlight 3 probably in a few days, because it's gonna be busy. It's gonna be busy and hectic with the new DLC for Chaosbane, with Godfall launching. But I'm not abandoning Torchlight 3, of course. I will make some more builds, some more content. So thanks everyone for tuning in on YouTube and on Twitch. Until next time, Struck Club, keep it cool, and goodbye from me.